26 to order. Welcome everyone. For our workshop, we will go ahead and kick this off. Dan Joes, I'll let you guys introduce this item and then we'll have the team come forward. We have a presentation by Keating Keast Collaborative on Manvel Strategic Plan, Comprehensive Plan Update, and the Thoroughfare Plan Update. Dan and Joes.
So we've been working through an update of our comprehensive master plan and major thoroughfare plan. We adopted a strategic plan previously, and Kendi Keast, our consultant, has been working on these two projects. We've had a couple of workshop sessions and some discussions about these, and here we are for another workshop session so that they can present some of the progress, some of the elements of the comprehensive plan, and then y'all can have discussions, ask any questions so that we can bring these projects to the finish line. Gary and Jennifer from Kendi Keast are here for a short presentation.
There we go. I will say again, good evening, Mayor and council members and everyone. Wanted to mention that on our cover, we say workshop 3.2 here because we kind of broke the third workshop when we got to the point of having the overall plan in draft form. Our last workshop in October, we focused on land use and the thoroughfare plan. This one is to go through the other sections, but we are going to recap the changes that were made to the thoroughfare plan map based on our last discussion. I also wanted to mention we were originally going to do this on December 1st, got pushed to this agenda, but James Andrews wasn't able to join us tonight. He's with ARC Engineers. They're our utility infrastructure consultant, sub-consultant, so I will try to talk like an engineer when we get to that point, but we'll be missing James tonight. But he did give me some points that we want to work in when we get to that point. So if I may, Mayor, I just want to mention some kudos items from us to you before I get started. The first one is the monument signs, the new entry signs. That is discussed, mentioned in the plan, the idea of community identity and pride. So you have an item you've already checked off before this plan is adopted. Quick story. About 15 years ago, 2010, we were working with Amarillo. That's a city of 200,000 people. Amarillo has a sign out on I-20 that's not much bigger than this podium and says Amarillo. And we told them, you need to make a bigger statement. You're a big city on a major highway, so different scale in Manvel, but I will tell you that 15 years later, you have better entry signs than the city of Amarillo. So you've stepped up in that respect. The Manvel Crossing development, we've kind of been monitoring what's happening there. Just what I'm knowing about it is you've used so many of the tools of cities to get things done. And we talk in the plan in the land use section about not just saying no to things you don't want, but getting the things that your residents and you as a city do want. So you've used your economic development tools, 380 agreements, annexation, bringing it into the city. So all the different ways that you can get the types of developments you want. So that also follows through on what's in the plan. And finally, Mayor, I'm going to say to you personally, I not only follow the city's social media, but since I started following yours, I could swear you're an aspiring urban planner because I appreciate how you're raising awareness on so many topics in these plans: land use, transportation, thoroughfare plan, housing, parks, infrastructure, drainage, all these items, and how you've explained it. So appreciate that being out there and the response you get from residents. So let me just mention that before we get started, we really meant to do this last time. Sometimes when we present to city councils, they think of this as another, consultant assignment, go do a study and bring us findings and recommendations. That's really not what comprehensive plans are about. A big part of our work was to go out to your community, your residents, businesses, others, and talk about big picture, what they see for the future. That gets brought into the plan. So between the strategic plan that was already adopted, the themes that are in there, and now what's in this plan that we're going to hit on tonight, that's really meant to capture what your own residents, what leadership told us. And we certainly bring our work on things like the maps that we've talked about and best practices, what we see from other communities, but did want to make that point. So just to recap, We started this process with a Manvel Today phase, and again, public meetings, small group discussions with your management and staff behind the scenes. So compiled all that input. There was also a community survey, just to remind you once again, and it's hard to see on that screen, but the yellow dots on the map of Manvel and the ETJ show all the areas of response, very well responded survey compared to others we've done. So that was another big piece of input. Then we did the Manvel Today report. That's a facts and figures document that is on the website, and so that kind of matches data to what people are seeing and thinking about the future. On the website, there's key data items that are in the plan. So once we looked at where you are today, then also, of course, that led to some themes for the plan and all the things we've talked about, from drainage concerns to transportation, connectivity, safety. And then, of course, the strategic plan was adopted in February of last year, and that was really our transition point to then start working on the longer range comprehensive plan. So again, just wanted to give you that recap as background. So last meeting, we talked about the land use and transportation sections of the plan and the key maps that go with those, the future land use plan and the thoroughfare plan. And so tonight we want to touch on the other sections of the plan. There's an environment section up front, which in some ways feeds into land use and the kind of the rural preservation desire, but also certainly stormwater management and other aspects of your local resources. The growth capacity section is partly about infrastructure, your capacity to accommodate growth or not accommodate it in certain areas, but it also touches on your public safety services and their capacity to handle growth. Economic development is one of the sections, and we know that MEDC was doing their strategic plan at the same time, so we've factored that in. And then finally, recreation and amenities, and we know that's been an important focus of things that residents in any city want to see as a city is growing and developing. So again, just to recap what we covered in our last workshop back in October, I'll go through the specific changes. Starting on the west side with Kirby, working with staff, we adjusted the alignment of Kirby on the south end, coming toward Highway 6. There's the ETJ rectangle donut hole area there. The alignment through there is slightly adjusted. And next one. On the north side of Highway 6, we extended Charlotte across all the way to State Highway 288. That's partly in anticipation of the Presidio master plan development potential there and their desire to connect all the way to the 288 corridor. So that is on the map. On the south side of Highway 6, the Iowa Lane potential extension, and again, this is one of those cases where it's as needed if there were any significant development in that area, showing Iowa Lane south of Highway 6 also as a collector. But we know that there's the railroad crossing there, but the change that was made there is it's not going quite as far south as it was before and connecting to Alleluia Trail so it can come across to the east. And this was our big discussion one, McCoy not now extending all the way north and connecting up to Patterson, and then Patterson no longer on the map as a collector roadway. So that is gone. Also on this view, Lewis Lane and Cemetery Road, we took down to collector designation, mainly because they're relatively short length of roadways, so they're not crosstown type of roadways or roadways that carry that level of traffic. So we can come back, Mayor, if you'd like, at the end and talk more about the thoroughfare plan, but that's where we left it last time. On the environment section, I'll actually turn over to Jennifer at this point.
Good evening. So just as we did with the other sections at the last council workshop, we just wanted to go through each of the new sections and go through the accomplishments to know where the community has, what has been done since the last comprehensive plan, what accomplishments the city has. So the ones that we know about or have written down so far are the zoning ordinance with the minimum 1 acre open single family residential and the plan unit development district to accommodate the master plan developments. participation in regional planning and coordination through HGAC, the Houston Galveston Area Council, drainage, wastewater, and water master plans and related design criteria, the Parks Master Plan, resulting capital investments, including Acre Lake Stormwater Detention Project, the MUDS coordination regarding water and wastewater service systems, the free use, we saw that lately, about the free use of Pearland's Recycling Center by Manvel residents through partnership with Keep Pearland Beautiful, and of course, the partnership with all the area agencies that we listed, the Brazoria County Conservation and Reclamation District Number 3, Brazoria Drainage District 4 and 5, the Gulf Coast Water Authority, and TxDOT. So I wanted to just get some initial feedback to see if there was anything that we should go ahead and add to here, or anything maybe that that needs to be tailored on this slide. We like to generally look back at this, at the accomplishments first before we lead into the goals.
What we can do, Jennifer, is if you want to continue on,
Okay.
and if we think of any, or even after the meeting, we'll circle back with you guys if there any come up.
Okay, perfect. That sounds great. So the goals, we didn't want to read through each one of these, so we just kind of have the highlights there on the left. That's what the yellow is. So the first goal really talks about open space management and land conservation. And again, these goals were derived from all the public input that we've heard thus far. And then the second goal is really related to the efficient use and conservation of the municipal water supply and local water quality. The third goal is related to local actions to support regional air quality efforts. And then the fourth goal is related to resilience of city infrastructure and local sustainability practices. And then with that, related to that is the actions for the environment. So we have 4 listed here. The first one is related to the long-term open space and natural habitat protection, since we heard a lot about that. Also heard a lot about the tree canopy preservation and urban forestry. So that's what the second one is related to. The third strategic priority is the sustainable development and low-impact design. And then the fourth one is the air and water quality protection.
All right, that takes us to the growth capacity section, which I mentioned is partly infrastructure, but also public safety services. Again, a list of accomplishments here, many on this slide, and we like to do this because hopefully these plans aren't just a point in time. We want to capture what you've done in recent years and gotten done based on past planning, and then just keep rolling, just keep adding to lists like this for future updates and for annual reports. So I'm not even going to touch on some of these. They kind of cover the spectrum from some of your facility improvements. Was complimenting the new criminal justice center, and but all the partnerships and various things you've gotten done. Some of them are plans and studies. So all manner of things that you've gotten done as a city on this topic. And then again, based on those accomplishments and input, phase expansion, like all cities, as you grow, of your city water and wastewater systems, your basic utilities, across Texas, maybe not as drastic in this part of the world, but at times, securing your long-term water supply. We've talked about at the very beginning of the project that Manvel doesn't have some of the difficulties that cities like Katy and others in the area have every summer with having drought restrictions and things like that. Certainly the drainage theme and the third goal, reducing flooding and disaster risks, and the resilience theme is nationwide right now in these types of plans. And then again, ongoing investments in your public safety services as they have growing demands with growth and with new growth areas. So, I look at these comprehensive plans. Oh, sorry, let me finish a few more here. We did go a bit deeper on this section because really, this is the key to Manvel. When you're such a rapidly growing city, we put most emphasis on this section along with the land use and transportation sections. The fifth goal is really the maintenance theme. As you know, that once you're building a physical plant and all these pipes in the ground, roadways, all these things that you have to maintain over time, tracking those, the life cycle when certain key maintenance points are reached on all your different assets. And then finally, just as much as any part of the plan, this is where you have opportunities for partnerships with other levels of government, other agencies, your drainage districts, all these players that play a role in infrastructure and public safety services, coordination there as well. So again, I started to say earlier, look at these comprehensive plans as of all the things you could be doing as a city, as any organization. What are some areas to focus on based on these goals, based on the issues in front of your community? So what we've highlighted here is water system improvements, and this is where ARC engineers, our subconsultant, laid out some specific items capturing your recent improvements and what's literally in the pipeline for next round of improvements. So water to begin with, then wastewater. The third priority is the drainage and flood resilience focus. The fourth one they called out in particular because of the nature of Manvel is management of your canals. And again, other agencies have responsibilities there. But in the parts of the city where you do still have a ditch-based drainage management system versus underground storm sewer, that is a special consideration that they've called out in this section. One thing that ARC really put a lot of emphasis on is at the appropriate time, going for the community rating system, CRS, designation through FEMA, which has insurance implications for your residents and businesses. Again, I can't speak to the specifics of that, but we can get you more answers if there's interest in that topic from ARC. We know you have an item on the agenda tonight focusing on MUDs in an area where your municipal utility districts are a big factor in how you grow and where growth happens. So we were asked to focus on that as well. I'm going to highlight that a little bit more here. And then finally, again, the theme on ongoing investment in your public safety services. So right here, this is in the section, in the growth capacity section, and so one thing that ARC recommended is looking at each of your MUDs and the question of shouldn't you annex? And these are some of the factors that they highlighted. In some cases, it may just be the challenges of different infrastructure built to different standards or different timing, whether they are even compatible, and can that be overcome cost effectively. There's potential disparities in the service levels or types of services provided within the city versus in a district, and certainly what the ratepayers pay. But on the other side, annexation of MUDs over time does promote having a more unified utility system for the area long-term, hopefully getting to consistent standards and what they call reduced operational redundancies. On the other hand, James Andrews talked about if you've got an overall system, you can do a better job of thinking about looping of your water lines for multiple safety of your system, reliability of your system. So again, there's reasons to look at annexation, but certainly on our next slide here, these are the bread and butter things you have to think about. So we talked about the condition of what you might be annexing and the compatibility. Certainly each district is going to be at a certain point on their finances and their debt horizon, and if they've issued additional debt since their creation. In geographic terms, just proximity to your city limits, and this is especially thinking about police and fire, adding to the service areas that they have to cover, the distances for response times. So that's a consideration. And then for each individual district, are they pretty well built out? Do they still have a fair amount of development to go? So what is their phasing? How far are they into that? And what would you potentially inherit as they continue to grow? In some cases, over the years, MUDs under state law have been allowed to do additional things like parks and recreation services, security, some things like that. So for each one, you'd have to look at what do they provide beyond just the basics of water, wastewater, things like that. And how does that fit with what the city might provide? Certainly, there's just, in each case, whether a MUD board and their residents, their ratepayers, are even interested, just like any type of annexation. In some cases, yes, they're at a point where they would consider annexation. At others, probably not even up for discussion. So there might be other things on the table that are already in place, previous development agreements that the city has done with areas out in the ETJ, strategic partnership agreements, which gets into annexation in Texas, things you can do to avoid annexation, but maybe share cost with folks that are outside of your city limits. And then again, bottom line, just the cost benefit of all these considerations, but especially that ongoing maintenance aspect that you as a city would take on. So it's a classic pros and cons situation, and it's really case by case, and that's what's in the details of this growth capacity section, is looking at it in that way, district by district, as those opportunities come up. And again, I'll turn over to Jennifer for these next couple of sections.
So I won't read through all the accomplishments for the economic development section, but just highlighting a few of them. Of course, there's Manvel Town Center. I feel like every time I drive down here, there's a new building that has popped up. So all the industries and retail businesses down Highway 6, the Highway 6 corridor, plus then you have the recently upgraded 288 and Highway 6 corridors. Of course, the positive ratings of Manvel High School, and just really that the extent of all the new housing and neighborhoods for Manvel. So for the goals, we have related to expanded and diversified commercial tax base, performance-based tools and incentives for measurable outcomes and public benefits, the supportive and creating a supportive and business-friendly environment, clearly defined and actively promoted town and country identity that's unique to Manvel. For the actions, we have listed 4 of them to strengthen Manvel's economic development infrastructure and partnerships, attract high-quality mixed use and employment development, support the local business growth and entrepreneurship, and enhance the city's visual identity and market presence. And then moving on to recreation and amenities, the Parks and Recreation Board was established. You have the extensive social media presence with Manvel Link and the Manvel Minute, your mass notification system, and then presented with the Scenic City certification at the Texas Municipal League's annual conference. And then, of course, all the great events that you all do, like the Christmas parade, the extravaganza, the farmer's market, the trunk or treat. So for the goals we have listed here, again, based on that community input, was a phased expansion and diversification of local parks and recreational programming, gradual development of an interconnected path and trail network, establishment of a dedicated Parks and Recreation Department, and then the new community anchor and multipurpose destination at the city center. So for the priorities for these, for the actions, we have 5. The expansion of the parks, facilities, and public amenities, organizational capacity and service delivery, the community connectivity and trail system development. We heard a lot about the neighborhoods being kind of separate, so how do you join all those together? Collaboration, funding, and stewardship, which is always, of course, at the forefront, and then the development of that 160-acre city center site that I just mentioned. And then I'll turn it back to Gary.
So what do we do with all this at the end of the day? There's a lot of information in the plan and that we've put before you. In the final section, we will do what we like to call an action agenda. And of everything that is in this plan, what kind of rises to the top as things you might focus on the next several years, 5-year time frame typically, and that would be a basis for a next 5-year review and update of your plan, so it stays a living document. So we just put some possibilities here as we looked across the sections of the plan. Some of these, they might be a priority because there's a funding source, or in the case of updating your Parks and Recreation plan with Parks and Wildlife, Texas Parks and Wildlife, for example, they look for that plan as a strong basis for a grant win, potentially. They are looking that you have a plan behind your grant applications. So a reason to do certain actions before others, in some cases, is because you may have willing or obvious partners to work with you as the city and move something forward. So we will put that together, and typically we're aiming for a list of 10 to 15 things that you could focus on. And many of the things in these plans, and as I say, in a lot of communities, these comprehensive plans are meant to take a 20-year outlook and even beyond. In your case, we're looking at maybe 10 years, knowing that things are changing quickly. And so there are things that may drop off this list because there's other things taking precedence, or we're checking things off quickly and we can move other things onto this list. So we will bring that back when we have the full plan for the public hearing and for public review, actually. That's our final item here, is that our next step with staff is to work out how we're going to take this out to the community, likely social media, and we have the kiosk and putting it online, but having a way to gather some final feedback on the plan, and to do that informally before we bring it back to Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission for a formal public hearing, and then with their recommendation, hopefully back to City Council for a hearing as well. And after potential adoption, putting the final plans out there online. So, Mayor, I will leave it there. And so now we've taken you through the highlights of that entire full plan.
Appreciate that, Gary, Jennifer. You guys covered a lot of ground in 27 minutes, and we appreciate that. Council will open this up to questions or comments. I'll kick us off here. There's a lot of good substance in here. So many things that I agree with that I'm excited to get after and work on. One of the ones that stood out to me, my wife reminds me about it a lot, is the city's visual identity. So having the new monument signs helps, but every time we drive down 288 and 6, she'll always comment and say, oh, it'd be great if we could plant trees here, or we could do this, we could do that. So I'm excited to see that in here, and I appreciate you guys specifically mentioning that we're going to gather public feedback, that these plans are not final yet, that we want to hear from the community because we are the people's government, and making sure that they have a voice in this process is incredibly important. I have 3 questions that I want to focus more on the thoroughfare plan specifically.
Okay.
I believe a lot of people watching online and here tonight, that's where their particular interest is. The thoroughfare plan that we have, while good in some areas, we've all talked about how it needed to be updated. You had proposed lines going through people's homes, through their pools, through their businesses, and it greatly impacted rural Manvel in a negative way. I definitely agree with having a thoroughfare plan. We need it. Meridiana Parkway is a perfect example of that. That road was proposed back on our thoroughfare map that was first adopted in 2007. And without that, we might not have that major thoroughfare in the city, and a lot of the traffic would have dumped out onto Clark and Jordan or onto Masters 1128, which would have been challenging. But I am concerned about how, even with some of the updates, the impacts that it might have on the rural areas. We don't want to unintentionally signal or entice development in areas that the people have told us they don't want to see development occur. At the same time, we know there's 20, 30, 40 years from now, the city's going to look a lot different. One of the questions, Gary, that I have is, when we take a look at the land use map and we look at the rural preservation zone area that's on the east side of town, could we possibly look at expanding it further outwards to signal to potential land acquisition companies that we do not want to see residential development on this side of town?
Yes, that is the short answer.
Okay.
Where we showed, and I'll working my way back to those maps, we don't have them to put up full vision, but at least put those on screen. One of the areas of rural preservation is up in the northeast. Yeah, I don't really have a good view of it.
Well, yeah, if you go right back there, that second map where there's that lime green in that northeast corner.
The very bright green. So there's some up north, northeast, and then there's some south, kind of on either side of Meridiana, and where I showed the Iowa Lane coming south from Highway 6. That area is a pocket shown as rural preservation. The next level of green, kind of a lighter shade of green, that is really the most of the ETJ, and that next tier of the northeast area is estate residential, and that's meant to sync with your 1 acre current zoning, your 1 acre minimum lot size. So, and then when we get to the far east, of course, we're out of the city limits, so the zoning doesn't apply. But so that is the intent of the lighter green, is that it's at least meant to be 1 acre zoning. So it sends that signal. But yes, if you'd like to show the darker green, the rural preservation over a larger area, certainly can do that. We'd like some guidance at this point, because we've kind of put it before everyone and would like to know, where do we move those lines?
Yeah, so I'll weigh in, and I'll say that I would like to see it expanded. I'd like to see it start to work its way a little bit south and to the east, and even work its way up a little bit more to the north.
Okay.
Our infrastructure out there isn't prepared and won't be prepared to handle growth, as well as I can understand the need to be prepared for mobility. That's important. We don't want to end up like other cities where you're sitting in traffic jams all day. At the same time, we don't want to encourage development in those areas. I'm personally not interested in that. But what rest of council can certainly weigh in there. Two other questions. Second one is specifically on the east side of town, because it's still rural. There is a portion of it that is not within our city limits. So that would be the county. How does the conversations with the county factor into these decisions? And the reason I ask specifically is there's a thoroughfare that's going to go north-south right near 99 that has a different classification south of 6 compared to north of Highway 6. Can you kind of speak to the coordination with the county and the logic between those two different classifications?
I will give my thoughts on that. I'll give staff a heads up. I'd like them to chime in as well, working with Brazoria County more regularly than we do. But my experience elsewhere in the county, and with Fort Bend, for example, some of the other counties in the region, is if it's a county-led project, certainly it's their project, it's their roadway, and that can even be in the city limits in some cases if you're working with them and they're taking the lead. If it's ETJ, it could be a partnership project, but typically that's worked out of who's the project sponsor, and it's typically their standards, their approach. Now, you may have a roadway that, as you say, crosses from ETJ into city limits, but that's been my experience. And in some cases, in some of the counties we work with, the county rules, and they don't give a lot of consideration to the city perspective. So I'll just say that as well. So I don't know if staff wanted to chime in more on your experience with the county.
Yeah, Gary, I think that's been our experience as well. For the most part, they looked at the connectivity between one city's major thoroughfare plan and another city to make sure that they were marrying up with each other. And then if there was any ETJ that you had to traverse to get to the two, that there was some sense made behind the overall, I guess, the county-wide impacts that you would have. So that's a specific case in the northeast part of Manvel. They looked at our, like the mayor mentioned, all the way back to 07, our major thoroughfare plan, looked at Pearlands, and now once they hard code it, they're going to hold the line on it. So we would have to, approach them and sit down and visit with them, and hey, we're going to change ours, and they want to be involved in that process, obviously. So we want to change ours. We need you to change yours accordingly, so there's not a conflict.
That's a good point. I meant to say, your map, even though the county may not always follow your map is stating local preferences and local priorities. So it's at least a basis for those discussions.
So as a follow-up to that, if we look at, I believe it's Markham, that north of Highway 6, it's classified as a parkway. South of Highway 6, it's an arterial. That's a 20-foot difference between those two different road types. Is there a reason for the different classifications, even though they would technically, one, if you're going to see that developed, you'd have to get a railroad crossing, which would be a challenge.
Exactly.
But what is the reasoning behind the two different classifications being split by 6?
I think part of it was starting from the existing, MTP map, and we know Markham had been on there for a long time. South, as I recall, we were thinking, and on the future land use map, it is one of those areas with the bright green, the rural preservation, where north now with that potential change, but on the current future land use map, that was shown more as estate and with the potential for ongoing, large lot development. So that was part of the consideration. I think it's partly probably also, thinking about connecting up into the Pearland direction, Alvin direction, areas that are already developed. So typically there might be more overall traffic in that region versus maybe farther south. So that's some of the things that come to mind on why the difference.
Okay. I appreciate that, Gary. I have some thoughts on that I'll follow up with staff on, and some ideas that they can kind of consolidate everything and pass it along to you guys. Last question that I have, and this is kind of from a holistic perspective, Gary, how do we prepare for the future without necessarily preemptively designing the infrastructure that encourages a future that we don't want? From your experience, what advice would you have for us on that?
Do you have an example of that?
Well,
Infrastructure or utility infrastructure?
Yeah, utility infrastructure, road infrastructure specifically. So when you, for example, when you outline a 120-foot parkway, that could be saying to a developer, this is where we want you to develop. And that's not necessarily what we're doing here. What we're saying is, 20, 30 years from now, they're very well, all these landowners might sell. And we need to be thinking about mobility in the future. So we're planning in case that does happen. But we're not necessarily signaling we want this to happen.
Yeah, the thoroughfare plan is the easiest example. I kind of call it a what-if map. And as we've talked before, if nothing happens, if everything is the way it is and land's not turning over, no development proposals, it's just a line on the map. It's preparing for a potential future, but for now, it's just a line for connectivity. On the future land use map, as we've talked about, that map is sending signals of where we see growth happening versus not happening or not as much. It's kind of a different consideration on the thoroughfare plan map that, yes, in certain areas we're showing large lot, low density development, even rural preservation, but then showing a higher level roadway in that area. I think you mentioned in some number of years, people might sell, they might sell next month. Cities we work with, yeah, you hear through the grapevine, you know that there's things going on, but some cities we work with definitely get a big surprise that somebody has assembled a bunch of land, had no idea. There's a development coming a couple of months from now, coming to your door. So if you put a collector roadway through that area and there's going to be 600 rooftops proposed, you can bring down, put it this way, if you've got a parkway or an arterial designation in an area that you really don't see growing in the near term, but that surprise development proposal comes forward, you can always bring down the classification to a lower level roadway and negotiate the development. It's hard to go up from a collector to an area that, if it's in your ETJ and they are able to work out the utilities and build, development could happen and might happen there, and then on your map, you don't have the level of roadway to serve that area. So all these maps are sending signals of desired futures, potential priorities, but it's a basis for negotiation, interaction, using the authorities that you have as a city, and those authorities have been narrowed in recent years. So I know that's a long answer, but that is a reason why on the thoroughfare plan, you sometimes show roadways that you really wouldn't want to see built next year or 5 or 10 years from now. But what if it comes to your door and you don't have something on the map? Because traditionally, thoroughfare plan maps were used for right-of-way dedication. It was, here's where we see a roadway need for connectivity to handle a certain volume of traffic, and that's how most major roadways happen with development. You don't see a lot of city-led or publicly led major lengthy roadway projects, except like a major county bond project or something like that. So if you don't have the tool on the map to state your intention that then that right-of-way is needed if development happens, then you're in a tough spot for that negotiation. In the meantime, that's why I call it a what-if map. If nothing happens, and I'll always make my point, you've mentioned it, areas change when that first person, that first estate decides to sell, and they don't sell to the next generation, or they sell to a third party, and then others in the area see that, and land starts to turn over, or somebody is actively trying to assemble land for master plan developments or larger scale developments. That's how it happens. And so if that is in the pipeline and you don't have the thoroughfare plan tool to respond to that, and you do have the ability to say no in certain areas, in other areas not so much, ETJ especially. If I can, Mayor, I've always, since we started this process, I've made references to Fulshire because we've worked with Fulshire for many years. A very similar trajectory that you're on. Fulshire is in the 40,000 plus range now and rolling. But the difference is much of their jurisdiction was ETJ. They had a relatively small original city limits. You have much more area that's already incorporated, and that's the power of your zoning. So you do have the ability to say no on use and density of use, more so than Fulshire did back at that point. But ETJ in Texas, you only have limited capabilities.
As our city attorney says, no is a perfectly acceptable answer. And so what I hear you saying, Gary, is the thoroughfare plan and the land use map, those go hand in hand.
They do.
Thoroughfare plan is what if, land use map is a what we would prefer to see. So I've taken up enough time. Thank you, Gary. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something?
Sure.
You're muted there.
Thank you, Gary. And just to continue on with that conversation you have there, and I still, as Joe knows, I still struggle with the concept that if we put, like you say, it's just a line on a map. If we have a line on a map, we don't have a roadway easement there. It's just an assumed, hey, this is what could happen in 10, 20 years. That does affect the landowner now, even though it's a line on the map, because we're going to tell that landowner that you have to build X number of feet off of this line on this map that may or may not happen. And I understand the growth, I do. But that is such a struggle for me to tell a landowner that, hey, you know, the house you want to build there, you're going to have to set it back 50 feet from where you wanted to put it. And without having any, you know, and now if we're out there and we're setting up, you know, roadway easements, that's different. But not even having a roadway easement, that to me, and I've said this from the first year I was set up here, it just feels like overreach. I know we got to have it. I know we have to plan. But on the part of the homeowner, it just, even me sitting here, it just feels a little unfair. And that's a hard pill for me to swallow.
And we're talking about areas where people do live in more open areas, larger properties, but in, you know, the old urban planning approach in a more developed city was you need some right-of-way, you need some setbacks of development, so there's room for a road to be widened in the future. The flip side is if you're too close to the road, and it's in parts of my neighborhood, there's people where their garage, they barely have any driveway because they're now on an arterial street. So areas that in the 50s, they had no idea that they would be, a major arterial.
Yeah.
That's the reality 40 years later. So the flip side is if you're not set back, you're going to be right up on a major roadway. The value of your property, you know, might not be as good. And so that's the tension that they're working around.
I do have one separate question on the growth capacity section.
Yes, sir.
On page 12, it caught my eye here, talking about the city operates 8 lift stations, most of which are new, but require SCADA upgrades. Do we know what that is? What?
Robbie, could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, that's for like a call-out system to let the guys know, like something failed, or we got high level, low level, and stuff like that. It's like a communication.
Is that something that we're going to be looking at in the next couple of years, or?
We haven't done. Yeah.
Okay, but it says require upgrades. I'm just kind of curious, are we going to be looking at a financial hit here we're not ready for?
Was that called out as something to take a look at, but we might be able to cross it off the list because it's already done?
And bear with me again, this was where I would love to have Mr. Andrews here to speak to you, but my understanding is just as your system expands and whether it's current systems or certainly new, you're trying to get to a new standard with technology.
Yeah, I think what it was, there were two newer facilities this past budget year that did not have SCADA, and we've already taken care of that. They have them now. So actually, is everything caught up now? Yeah, everything is. So we could probably update that verbiage now.
Okay.
Maybe say maintain SCADA or, continuously update it.
So it's not a huge financial hit doing that?
It was when it happened.
Okay.
It was very expensive to go from, mechanical valves and auto dialers that would just call you up on your cell phone and tell you something's wrong. Well, you have no idea what was wrong unless you sent a human being out there to go look at the site. So now it's got some intelligence. It can tell you, hey, the generator's messed up. Hey, a valve's acting up. The wet well is overflowing. Whatever. It'll tell you.
We're there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
And
Thank
if I
you.
may, that was one of the points James Andrews made about the mud annexation consideration is what are their systems and are they compatible? And
Great. Thanks, Gary.
yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, I like to appreciate all the hard work y'all put in. I specifically, I look at all the goals for the recreation and amenities because I think that's a very important part of the plan for our citizens. They've indicated that we don't have senior centers and we don't have places where people can meet. And so I'm extremely excited that the goals are here, that we can start moving towards a parks and recreation budget so that we can take care of the parks that we're fixing to start building and those we've built, take care of those. I'm super excited and hope we're going to start moving forward on the 160-acre site because I think that's where we can start to bring the people to a central location where we can have facilities that the whole city can use, not just parts. So I'm excited about that part of this. I tend to lean towards the mayor's comments about the thoroughfares in the rural sections that we have. I too worry, like David does, that we sometimes put that line on a map, and like he says, it's not. It's meant to look at a long picture, but it affects short term some more than others understand. So I worry a little bit about that, but I'm happy that we have the controls in effect, that we can still have a little bit of control by using our use plans.
One way you could, I'll give some talking points for when you're having discussions with potential applicants and development interests is, here's our future land use map. This is how we'd like to grow or not grow. If you want to go a different direction in certain areas, here's our thoroughfare plan map. We need a major roadway if there's going to be major development in a certain area. And we've got to handle the traffic, so you can use them in tandem, as you said. If I may too, the reason or to use the Fulshear analogy, these plans are planting a lot of seeds, things that you're not ready for. It's whether it's financially, logistically, but they're there for the next 5, 10 years or beyond. Fulshear is just getting there at 40,000 population to do some of the things you mentioned. It takes time to build up staff and the financial capability, the maintenance capability if you invest in something. So the seeds are planted here. It'll take some time to get some of these things checked off. But the aspiration is there.
Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, you say Fulshear. I was out there, I think about September,
Scary, huh?
and it was gridlock. They had a full-blown mess going on there. And I certainly hope that we don't ever get to that point, right? But I think, something I didn't realize that was a possibility is the annexation of the MUDs. We'll have to talk to Manager Dan a little bit more about that to understand that a little bit more because I guess in the long run, right, if that's out there, that would provide, because some of our MUDs are really expensive, aren't they? And that would certainly help taxpayer relief. I don't know how that would cost or what it would look like, but it's a very interesting idea.
And that's the purpose of that guidance in the plan, is whether to or not to annex a MUD, whether it's not in your best interest, near term or long term.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a long term. I mean, that's something you plan for, but I think it's good to have it in the plan, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Again, nobody knows what Manvel's going to look like, but.
Yeah, and like I say, things have changed under state law, but for many decades, the model was MUDs were created in areas that a city wasn't ready to serve. It was maybe distance-wise or whatever. But over time, they were in your ETJ, and they were theoretically meant to be annexed at some point as the debt came down in the MUD, and for all those good reasons, to have a unified infrastructure system, to have those people be your residents, to extend your public safety services, all those reasons. That model's kind of broken down in recent years. Sugar Land, bigger city, but their last big annexation was the Greatwood area down on 59. That was their last big chunk that was in their ETJ that hadn't been brought in. It's in the city now. That's the old model that doesn't operate so well anymore. So it's really got to be in your interest from a technical standpoint, the infrastructure, but financial, all those other reasons.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Good work. Thank you very much for your work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman.
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you again for this very thoroughfare plan. It's very thorough. I struggle. I spoke with a few people over the weekend specifically about Fulshire, and the comment was it's a disaster getting out of their house to any freeway. And his comment to me, this particular individual I spoke with said he's moving to Manvel to get away from that. And I specifically said, well, hurry up, because it's eventually going to get there. But in light of that, I think it's something that no one wants to really talk about, and we fear the growth. I trust me, guys, I'm a city girl. I'm Houston, Texas, my entire life up until the last 10 years ago when I moved here. And it was a breath of fresh air to get out here and not deal with gridlock until you hit 518. Then you're stuck like Chuck. I struggle because I don't want to see Manvel, which is so beautiful, turn into gridlock and just another extension of a city. I want to fight for it to keep its charm and keep the rural areas rural, which I believe my council believes the same thing, and then have the growth comes on the other side. But we're seeing it today. The complaints that I see online are traffic's bad, there's more accidents, it's coming. And so it's balancing the responsible growth without overdoing it and drawing a line in the sand for a homeowner and saying, well, you can't build here, you can't. Like, we have to look at those things as they come, unfortunately. And that's the stance that I have, is I believe in planning ahead and being able to stick to it, but unfortunately, you can't have black and white. There has to be a little bit of gray to not just focus on the future, but to be able to see what's in front of us today. And that's how we build the future, is looking at what do we have today and what are those things we need to do today for the best interest of today without losing sight of the future. And for me, that's just difficult to say, well, we're just going to have to build parkways and highways through our rural town. But what the unpredictable is what you said, and this is something I believe we need to be keenly aware of, is who's buying up our land? Who's keeping tabs on that? Because it is getting bought up. And there are people that want to build master subdivisions around here. Are we going to be that council? Is that what we want for Manvel? I mean, that's really where we have to look at, is what type of growth and development do we want? And then to supplement that, how are we going to supplement that? Anyway, my position is I would love to just keep the rural, and have the growth on the other side as much as possible. I struggle with that, but I also do not. It's coming. That's the thing, is it is coming. We are going to have traffic. It's happening now, and we have to plan for it. But how do we do that in a balanced, responsible way? So my question to you is, have you seen some other cities that have done that responsibly ahead of time without getting behind it and reacting to the traffic after the fact?
Let me say, I'm not here to defend Fulshire. I'm going to keep going with that analogy.
If you can unmute yourself, Gary.
Fulshire, Thank you, sir. When Fulshire took off, it was because the old guard sold their land and large subdivisions resulted. A lot of those started out around the central part of town, and so they were putting a lot of traffic on roadways like you have, existing two-lane or,
Yep.
what used to be rural roadways. The future of Fulshire is brighter where it's growing on the edges because there is a thoroughfare plan with connections. That's what I meant to say earlier, by the way. What's different about your map is it's not as dense as other city thoroughfare plan maps. There's some major connecting roadways to try and have that connectivity across the city if and when needed, but it's nowhere near as dense as many other cities' thoroughfare plan maps as far as the amount of roadway network. That's the difference. And part of that is we've taken so many lines off the map from your previous adopted plans. So there's fewer lines on the map than there used to be. That's progress for what I hear from the council. But in Fulshire, in the newer growth areas where roadways are being built for the first time, it's a much better network. And the comparison is Fulshire is at the end of Cinco Ranch, your Pearland equivalent. They were the next frontier. Manvel was the next frontier coming this direction. And so you're at a better point of doing this type of planning than Fulshire was at the same point in time.
They couldn't keep up with the growth. The growth came fast and furious there.
They were the fastest growing, and at times they still are, one of the fastest growing cities in the country for their size. As I say, so much of your jurisdiction is incorporated at city limits with zoning where theirs is not as much. It's a much smaller city limits. So that's an advantage that you have.
Well, and also I think an advantage we have is we're a mile from 288, which also it's like a domino effect. We back up from Pearland traffic and then it all bottlenecks here. But Fulshire isn't that close. I mean, they're like stuck in between Richmond, Rosenberg, 99, and then they built around it. And so it's difficult because you only have so many pathways out, which the same thing here in Manvel, but at least we have a highway right down the street and we're kind of building around the highway versus Fulshire. So I just thank you for that, but I am terrified about the traffic.
Yeah, I think to one of your questions, it's tricky in Texas to do some of these things relative to other states that, there's more tools that cities have for rural preservation and unincorporated areas. So we do what we can in Texas with the tools we have.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Joes, I think you had a comment, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up here.
Yes, I wanted to say excellent question and discussions and some really great talking points. One of the things that I wanted to say, Gary already covered it, about the density and the connections. It looks like our major thoroughfares, the way it is laid out, it's just enough and not over dense with so many lines. And the other piece that I wanted to mention was that the future land use plan as well as the major thoroughfare plan, they're both policy documents. They're implemented using our zoning ordinance, our subdivision ordinance, and some of the other ordinance that we later adopt. So as you've seen in the past, whenever there's a hardship kind of a situation, if we have a major thoroughfare laid out in a way where a resident or a property owner has a project where it doesn't work, there are options in terms of our regulations where either a variance can be sought or a request for amendment of the major thoroughfare can be done as well. I know this is not new information, but just wanted to mention it out so that for the benefit of the public. Sorry.
Thank you, Joes. Any
Thank you,
final
Mayor.
words, Gary?
All done. Thank you.
Manager Dan, any final comments before we wrap this up? All right, thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Council, we'll go ahead because we have a full room. We'll just head straight into the regular meeting here. So I will call to order our regular meeting of Manvel City Council. We're right at 6, so we'll go ahead and call it 6. We have 6 of 7 members present. Councilman Garrett Rossi Knox is not here tonight. His grandmother passed away late last week, so if you guys would please make sure to keep the Rossi family in your thoughts and in your prayers. Tonight's invocation is going to be given by our very own Councilman Keith Bonner. Councilman?
Thank you. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, I come to you with a hopeful heart, asking that the year 2026 will be better for everyone. So many have carried heavy burdens. silent worries, and unspoken prayers. Lord, please bring healing where there has been pain, light where there has been darkness, and hope where hearts have grown tired. I lift up our city to you, every worry, every dream, every prayer whispered late at night. Please protect them, keep them safe, and cover them with your peace. Walk with us through every season. Strengthen us when we feel weak. Remind us that we are never alone. I trust you with our tomorrow, Lord, and I place our lives, our future, and our hearts into your loving hands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. We have a double dose of Councilman Bonner tonight. He's also going to lead us in the inspirational reading. Councilman?
I have a couple of things that I found while doing some reading, and a couple of the statements that I thought were kind of good is the bad news is time flies, and the good news is you're the pilot. Sometimes the best thing we can ask for is change, and a fresh start forces us to confront change head on. And then the last one I liked was, when I let go of what I am, I become what I might be.
Great words there, Councilman. Thank you. So if you can, we're going to be doing our pledges next. Please stand and join me in saying the pledges. First, to the U.S. flag, pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then to the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, everyone. So we have a few presentations and recognitions that we are going to go through tonight. The first, I see a familiar face out there in the crowd. We're going to have a presentation given to us by Mr. Anish for the Dementia Support Outreach. So if you guys can come forward, introduce yourselves. We have a full agenda here, so if you guys can kind of keep it to 3 to 5 minutes, that'd be great. Sure. Thank you. Yeah. Give us a second here. They have a presentation that they're going to share. For those of you that are here, if you have any public comments that you would like to make, on the back table on the right, there are public comment cards, pieces of paper. Please fill those out and turn those into our city secretary over here, so that way we can have you speak during that segment of the meeting.
Okay, so it's on.
How are you guys doing tonight? Good. All right, I think the mic's off too. If you want to click the button there, make sure we get the green. Perfect. Did you guys have a good Christmas and New Year's?
Yes.
Good.
How about you guys?
Did. It was good. All right, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Dan Davis, council members, and community leaders. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anish Sentho.
And my name is Disha Somasetti.
And we are the co-founders of Mindful Memories Initiative, or MMI. MMI is a student-led national 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to supporting individuals living with dementia and the families and caregivers who support them. Our work focuses on preserving identity, strengthening emotional connection, and reducing stigma around dementia through education and personalized support. Dementia is not a single disease. It's an umbrella term for conditions that affect memory, thinking, and daily functioning. Alzheimer's disease is the most common form, but dementia can also result from vascular disease, Lewy body disease, and other neurological conditions. We are grateful to be here to raise awareness about dementia, which is a growing community issue, driven largely by an aging population and one that increasingly affects families, caregivers, and communities around the world. Today, over 57 million people worldwide are living with dementia, and a new case is diagnosed every 3 seconds. By 2050, that number is expected to reach 139 million, tripling across the world. Dementia is also one of the leading causes of disability among older adults. In fact, Alzheimer's causes more deaths each year than breast cancer and prostate cancer combined. Dementia doesn't just affect individuals, it reshapes entire families. Loved ones often describe the hardest part as the emotional loss, watching someone forget routines, memories, or familiar faces. In fact, caregivers frequently experience emotional burnout, financial strain, and declining health, often without enough support. Stigma makes this even harder. About 35% of caregivers worldwide report hiding a loved one's diagnosis due to fear of judgment, further isolating families and delaying support. This is why dementia awareness is no longer optional. It's essential. The scale of this problem is immense. Research from Alzheimer's Research UK shows that about 1 in 3 people born today is likely to develop dementia in their lifetime. With projections like this, dementia is no longer a dismissible concern. It's a major global health issue. Risk factors for dementia, such as physical inactivity, smoking, unmanaged blood pressure and diabetes, social isolation, and excessive alcohol consumption, significantly increase dementia risk. In particular, heavy or prolonged alcohol use has been shown to increase the likelihood of developing Alzheimer's disease and accelerate cognitive decline.
Research also shows that 1 in 3 people born today are likely to develop dementia. Although there is no cure, studies suggest that up to 45% of dementia cases may be preventable or delayed through lifestyle changes like physical activity, social connection, and managing cardiovascular health. This is where Mindful Memories Initiative comes in. One of our most impactful programs is creating personalized memory books. These books help individuals recognize loved ones, recall personal history, and stay grounded in their identity, often reducing anxiety and confusion. Each book is customized with photos, family members, milestones, favorite activities, and meaningful memories. They also help caregivers and healthcare providers communicate more effectively. These books are based on reminiscence therapy, a research-supported approach shown to improve emotional well-being and strengthen connection. MMI began while volunteering at a senior care facility, where we saw how familiar photos and stories could restore moments of connection. While volunteering at Spring Cypress Senior Center, we met Holly. Her family delayed seeking help, not because they didn't care, but because accepting care meant accepting the diagnosis. Beyond memory books, we focus on awareness and early understanding. Our work has been recognized through proclamations across the United States, declaring December as Dementia Support Month, helping reduce the stigma nationwide. Communities like Manvel can help make a meaningful impact by connecting us with senior centers, caregiver groups, civic organizations, and local events, and by sharing dementia awareness through newsletters and public messaging. Another meaningful action could be a brief public service announcement from the mayor, encouraging residents to learn about dementia, support caregivers, and foster dementia-friendly communities. A short message from a trusted city leader can reduce stigma and reach thousands of people. We sincerely thank you, Mayor Dan Davis, and the Manvel City Council for recognizing the importance of dementia awareness and standing with families and caregivers. Thank you all for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the health of your community. Together, we can ensure that more people in Manvel and beyond receive the care, understanding, and support they deserve. Please scan the QR codes to learn more about Mindful Memories Initiative, support our mission, or sign up a loved one to receive a free memory book. We also have flyers on the table for you to pick up, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being here for this important presentation. I'm a little shy in front of the camera, so I'll do my best to do a public service announcement, but would love to work with you guys on that. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Council, we now have a few awards to give out. I'm going to have, if you guys can, join me in the front, and we'll start to work our way through these tables here. So. Holiday lights here first. Turn this around and use this. So Council, if you guys, as we hand these out, I'll have you guys help me here. So our first recognitions that we're going to give out tonight is going to be for our Holiday Light winners. The winner for the most creative holiday light decoration on their home is going to be for Emily and Jenny. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause here.
That's spectacular sparkles.
That is going to be the most creative.
Okay, hang on.
That's for the parade of lights. That's for the light one. So it's going to be one of them.
I got the one that's.
We're trying to figure out, there's a few. Okay, so this is going to be the most creative one. I have it. Most creative right there. Yes. So Crystal, if you want to give that to them, if you want to give that one to them, we'll have them turn around and take a photo here.
Of course I do. Here you go. Congratulations. Who wants to grab it first? You want to hold it? Okay, now it's her turn. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Let me put this away. All right.
Oh, well, I'll squeeze in here. Kind of go around behind like
I'll
that.
stand
Oh, you
here.
guys are good right there. That's perfect. Perfect.
Oh, well then. It's okay.
There you go. There you go.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Congratulations. Good to see you guys.
Podium's kind of in the way.
There we go. I can
Oh, the one I was holding.
move it back a little bit there. Well,
Did you give it away?
there we go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Next, we have the winner of the Classically Christmas home, and that is going to be the Garza family with their special Christmas sweater. Wow. Look at that. We also have the winner for the ugly Christmas sweater contest,
Bobby, very
right?
hard for that win. Hi, baby girl.
What's up, Patrick? Yeah, you did all the work, right, Danica?
I did all the work.
All right, let's squeeze in here for photos.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
I can do that. They're like family.
Gabe and Danica are also running their first half marathon on Sunday for the Houston half, so make sure to cheer them on. And then do we have Tiffany here? Yes, okay, so we have the winner for the Spirit of Laughter home, Miss Tiffany. Congratulations.
Hi, baby.
I want some candy.
God, so adorable.
All right, if you want to get right here into the middle, we'll take a photo.
There you go.
I literally melt with babies.
Here we go.
My favorite grandchild. Well, she's been married 5 years now. Give me a grandkid.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Next, we have the winners for our Parade of Lights competition. The entry that won the Spectacular Sparkles is going to be the Waste Masters of Texas. Come on up here, guys. You guys are so sparkly. Look at you. Love it. Congratulations, y'all. Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Yeah, this is also on behalf of Cameron Recycling.
Cameron Recycling as well. Good to
Overall
see
big
you.
group, so thank
Man, look at that facial hair there, Bobby. Looking good. All right, squeeze in here, guys. Squeeze in here. All right. There we go. Over here.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Congratulations, y'all. Appreciate you guys. Absolutely.
I need a stool.
We're getting all the angles with the photos tonight. Okay, the next for the Community Spirit winner is going to be the Manvel Theater Club. Do we have Raylan here? Awesome. Congratulations. Do we have that one? What do you guys
I
have?
have community pride, not community spirit, so.
Community Spirit. What do you have there, David?
I got best in show.
Okay, so maybe it's Community Pride then. So winner of Community Pride. There it is.
That's the name.
There it is.
Make sure there's not another one.
No, there's not. That's
There's
it.
not?
That's
Okay.
It. It was a typo.
Congratulations. You're
Appreciate you guys being
welcome.
here. All right, here, let's have you get it.
Now let's have you do a monologue. Oh, sorry.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sweet, congratulations.
Now we have the best of show, and the Best in Show, and that is going to be Michelle Vela and Chris Day.
Nice.
Congratulations, y'all. I think theirs was The Grinch, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
He was the last moment edition.
He was actually speeding too, which is quite
speeding.
interesting. Speeding, I'm kidding.
Squeeze in here.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, y'all.
Congratulations. You too.
Next, we have the winners and the honorable mentions for our holiday art contest. So this is going to be, Councilman Bonner, we're going to do this table here from left to right. So the K through 5th grade winner is Miss Sophia. Come on up here, Sophia. Let's give her a round of applause.
Wow, that's amazing. How old are you, Sophia?
How old are you, sweetie?
9. What a beautiful, beautiful
Squeezing. We're going to have you stand right there in the center. We're going to face the camera right there. Council, you want to show your picture? Oh, of course you can show your picture. It's a great picture. You got to show that off. There you go.
So cute.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Next, we have the 6th through 8th grade winner, and that is Miss Corin. Was Corin able to make it? Yes, you were able to make it. Awesome. Congratulations. How long did it take you to do it?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And then they are not here tonight, but this was the 9th through 12th grade winner, and that was done by Miss Hannah, but Hannah could not make it, so we're going to try to find another way to get this to her. Now for the honorable mentions, Councilman Bonner, we're going to do the honorable mention for Miss Clarissa Garza. Is Clarissa here? There you are. I didn't know your name was Clarissa. I always knew it was Claire. I'm going to call you Clarissa.
Congrats,
You're no longer Claire.
Claire.
All right, Councilor.
So Patrick's like, why did I get it there?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So I recognize the last name is Garza. I didn't realize her name was Clarissa, so you learned something new. Okay, next honorable mention winner is Aria Schaefer. Hey, congratulations.
Oh, here you go, little one. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, good job.
So they have, both siblings won? That's amazing. Wow, talent.
in the family.
Right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, now we got Miss Tammy Bell keeping us organized here. All right, next we have Avery. Miguel? Is Avery here? No, okay. Is Aiden here? Okay, none of the Miguels are here. Okay, do we have any of the Murphys here? I do not see the Murphys. Okay, we'll get them their certificates. And then do we have Miss Isabel here? Miss Isabel, congratulations.
Says peach.
You did really great job. Are you going to go see the new Mario movie?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
All right. Next, we have the Fire Prevention Coloring Contest winners. I'm not sure if they're here. Do we have Ellie here? No, nope, not Ellie. Okay. All right. And then do we have Arav here? No. Okay, we'll find another way to get those to them. And then next, I do not believe, do we have anyone here from the Manvel Texans? Okay, come on up here. Give them a round of applause. So, do you have the full team here with you? All right, so if you guys want to stand over on the side there, we've got something for each of you guys here. We're gonna call you up one at a time. So, council, if you guys will kind of pivot this over, do a switch around here. Yeah, so we're going to do, the coaches are going to be the top first. We're going to do the coaches first, and then the players are going to be next along the bottom there. All right, so the Texans, they are our Manvel football junior division Super Bowl champions. So they, for the Bay Area football. So they represented us well. You know, Texans made the playoffs. These Texans won the Super Bowl, so maybe that's a sign of things to come there. As long as, I'll keep my comments about the Patriots winning the conference, but I'll keep that to myself. Okay, so we're going to recognize the coaches here first. So Coach Dwayne James. Coach James, come on up. Let's give him a round of applause. Now we have Coach Price. Coach Price, come on up. Congratulations. And then what we're going to do, guys, at the end, we'll have all of you come forward and we'll take a big group photo together. Next, we have Coach Chad Johnson. Coach Johnson. At first, I was like, is Mr. Ocho Cinco here? But no, even better, we got our own Chad Johnson. All right, next, we have Coach Gino. Coach Gino, not here, okay. So we'll make sure to give that to you guys if you can get it to Coach Gino. Next, we have Coach Cole. Coach Cole, congratulations. Next, we have Coach Motley. Motley, not here, all right. Next, we have Coach Thompson. Not here either, okay. Coach Bowie. There we go, congratulations.
Oh, look at the ring.
Hey, congratulations. Oh, is that the championship ring right there? Woo! Shine bright like a diamond. Okay. Next we have Coach Lee. Coach Lee, congratulations.
Is that from the division? Yes, ma'am. From winning the... Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Congratulations.
The kids got one too, right?
The last coach we have here is going to be Coach Rambo. Coach Rambo, not here either. Okay. So now we will go and we will do the athletes next. And so athletes, once you get your certificate here, we're just going to have you stay up at the front, okay, y'all? So next we have Caden Beasley. Caden Beasley. Not here. All right, we were close. We have Lincoln Williams. Lincoln, congratulations. Oh, this was the league MVP right here?
I got you. Congratulations, buddy. And what is it, MVP?
MVP, hey! Congratulations, what position? Running back, okay. Who's your favorite player? Derrick Henry, oh, there you go. I'm sorry they didn't make the playoffs. That was a tough one. All right.
Mine's Lincoln Williams.
Lincoln.
My favorite.
Oh, your favorite player is Lincoln Williams? Hey, there you go. You got a #1 fan. All right, we have Elliott Smith. There you go, Elliott. What position does Elliott play? Mr. Elliott, what position do you play? Linebacker. That was my position right there. I like to hit people. All right, next we have Kenneth Marshall III. Not here. We have Caden Welcome. Mr. Caden. What's up, Caden? Congratulations. Caden, what position did you play? D-line. Love it. Okay, next we have Bryce Jones. Bryce. Next we have Grayson Jones. Next we have Riker. Not here, okay. Next we have Mr. Jamyron Dupas Price. Juice. See, I just needed to get y'all's nicknames for him. That would have been easier for me. Okay, next we have Tyrone Carrier Jr. TJ, congratulations. Next we have Kyle Hightower. Kyle. Kyle Hightower.
Who was the last one you called?
That's Kyle Hightower right there. All right. Next, we have Adrian Cole. Adrian Cole. Congratulations, Adrian. Next, we have Renard Allen. Not here? Okay. Next, we have Amari Bowie. Next is Remarcus Marshall. Not here. Next we have Peyton Herrera. Not here. Herrera. Next we have Noah Johnson. Congratulations, Noah. Next we have Mr. Danny. Mr. Danny, are you here? Not here. I'm not even going to. See, you picked up on my secret. If I can't say the last name, I go with the first name and vice versa. I don't ever want to butcher it here. So next we have Mr. King Carnish. It is King. Next we have Brandon Hiller. Congratulations, Brandon. I'm going to guess Mr. Gino's not here? Okay. Next, we have Zadarion Peterson. And last, we have Mr. Pablo. Pablo. All right, coaches, if you guys want to come join them, we'll fill in here and take a photo. Congratulations, guys. You made us proud. And then we'll just...
Bye, guys.
So we have one more recognition during this portion of the meeting. And this is an employee tenure recognition that we're actually going to have our Director of Public Safety, Chief Keith Traylor, present tonight.
Good evening, council, mayor. Tonight I want to recognize one of the employees for the Manvel Police Department for obtaining his 10 years with the police department. Through his tenure through the police department, he was promoted to the rank of patrol sergeant, where he was there I don't know how many years. I'm sorry, I forgot. But he was most recently promoted to a patrol lieutenant as one of our watch commanders for the department. Cameron McLean has been with us for quite some time. He's a true champion of the city of Manvel and the Manvel Police Department, and he has assured me he's going to be here for quite a long time. So, Lieutenant McLean, you want to come on up? It goes that way.
Well, I mean, I fit my 1 year a while ago, you know. So.
All right, well, let's get you guys to take a photo here first, and then we'll have you say a few words.
Budget cuts.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Give him the
Thank you.
face.
Thank you. I know, Mayor, you're a big fan of people saying quick words, so I apologize for my voice. I've been sick the last couple of days, but again, I appreciate the investment that the city's made in me. Council, Mayor, continue to invest in your police department to take care of our people, our employees, and we'll continue to take care of the city. City's given me a lot of opportunities. I started police work, man, I'm just doing it for the love of the game, to be honest, but now that the game's taking care of me, it's kept me here. So thank you for the opportunities, and I'm excited to continue to invest in our people and grow the department. So thank you. Congratulations.
Also, this gentleman here, he won the first inaugural weightlifting competition for the Manvel Police Department. So he holds a title for the next year as the strongest Manvel police officer. So I know, just
that depends on who
yoked underneath that vest.
That depends on who you talk to, Mayor.
Depends on who you talk to, Chief is saying.
A quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
The stripe on the arm, I know the chiefs told me here a while back, the stripes on the arm is what you really look for. Is that 5-year or is that 10-year? That's a 5-year. So he'll get another stripe. He gets another stripe. There you go. That's another $2.50 out of the coffers.
Rosie, plug your ears. Plug your ears here. All right, next we will move on here to public comments. We have one comment that is submitted, and that is from Miss Lori Simmerhansel. Miss Lori, if you could come forward, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight, ma'am.
You're welcome. Excuse me. My name is Lori Simmerhansel, and I live at 7310 Wilson Drive here in Manvel. I'm here, I am expressing my opposition to the proposed pump detention system that is located within 1,000 feet of my property. It is my understanding that there is a stipulation prohibiting pump detention systems from being placed within 1,000 feet of any residential properties. As proposed, this system will directly impact me, raising serious concerns about safety, property values, and quality of life. If a detention is necessary for this project, a detention pond located at the corner of McCoy Road and Highway 6 would have been a more appropriate and less disruptive solution. Unfortunately, that option was not followed through with. Given the proximity of the pump detention system to my home and the negative impact, that I ask the council to deny the approval of this proposal and vote no on the detention system proposed. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lori. Appreciate you being here tonight. We have a second speaker signed up to speak. This is going to be Zach and/or Angie Alley. It looks like it's going to be, both of them. Okay, awesome. All right, if you guys could just state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening, Council. My name is Zach Alley, and this beautiful lady next to me, believe it or not, is my wife. So we are here today.
Address.
Address 8903 Quail Valley Drive in Manvel in the ETJ. We're here today, of course, to hear the updates about the thoroughfare plan as well as the zoning changes that have been taking place. I thank the council for taking the time to review those plans and with the goal of keeping Manvel rural, and that's what brought us to Manvel, that it had this small town feel as well as the big city opportunity and availabilities of amenities in the area that have been developing to the west. I personally have had the opportunity to sit down with the Mayor Pro Tem, to express those similar concerns that you shared today about the thoroughfare plan and what it means to landowners like ourselves who sit there in the ETJ and see this plan. I'm still a little concerned that the thoroughfare plan zoning does not match. Zoning in the east side and the north and the southeast side of town are still rural, still very real estate development, 1 acre or higher. My concern with the thoroughfare plan is it doesn't match the zoning. You want to put or suggest putting a 4-lane with median 120-foot right-of-way on the east side of Manvel through what is now cow pasture and rural homes. It does send the wrong message. And I think we heard conflicting statements from Mr. Mitchell on that front, that while it's just something that's subject to change, they do run hand in hand together. And we want to be sure that, the message is clear that if you want to preserve rural out there, you don't put something that was pretty close to a 2-lane highway on both sides down the middle of it. You'll be sending the wrong message to future commercial developers who are just the wolves waiting in the tall grass, starting to negotiate development of those lands, acquiring lands. And we've seen lands out there being advertised as future location of a thoroughfare, future gas stations here at Belcher and this future road. So I would continue asking those questions and encourage you to ask those questions. I'm encouraged that you're asking the right questions of the contractor and really do appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, my main concerns are around safety for our kids. Like right now, people ride their bikes. People are on UTVs and dirt bikes. If you put a 4-lane road directly behind our house, that's not going to happen anymore. It's not going to be safe. We won't have police coverage because we're in the ETJ. So you're relying on the sheriff or whoever to come and police that road. And I know this plan is way out there or whatever, but we have to think about our future and our future grandkids that we envisioned playing in our backyard. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you being here. And Mr. Zach, I think you got some brownie points with that introduction there. So kudos to you on that. Okay, no more public comment cards, so we will now move on to our city manager update. Manager Dan, we'll hand this over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick updates on some capital projects, and then we're going to talk about some more staff recognition stuff. So the first one I wanted to let you know about is Akery Lake. So in our first 2 months of digging sand out there, we're already almost 22,000 cubic yards have been removed, which is pretty exciting. So they said we can expect to see somewhere around 10,000 cubic yards or more per month. And if you will recall, we get $1 per cubic yard that they remove out of there, plus we get $5,000 a month sort of as a rental. So it's pretty exciting that project is moving forward. The plans for the sidewalk on Lewis Lane, we've received those, so we're doing a final review, and then we'll be looking for a contractor here pretty soon. The traffic signal that's going in at Croy Road and Rodeo Drive, that project did meet all the warrants necessary to require the traffic signal there. So they said that we should expect to see 95% plans by the end of this month with 100% plans by March. And then same thing, we'll find a contractor for that project. Let's see, the city center RFP. I received the updated information from Jeff Gerber, at PGAL. He's helping us put that together. I just actually received it from him over the weekend. And so we're going to put the finishing touches. The goal there, of course, is like we talked about in our planning session, we want to have that, we want hopefully award someone at least by April while our council is completely this same council before anything changes, if anything changes in May. So April would be the latest that we would want to award that project. And then a quick reminder, the next council meeting will be on the 20th. It's a Tuesday because Monday's a holiday. Okay, so now switching back to some staffing achievements. The first one I wanted to talk about was our very own Miss Rosie. Rosie has obtained her certificate in, it's actually called a Certified Government Finance Officer. So it's through the Government Finance Officers Association of Texas, and it says that it promotes the development and maintenance of professional competence for practicing government finance officers. So this isn't a requirement necessarily, but it's a really, really good thing for us to have. I mean, we already know that Rosie's awesome, but to have this certification under your belt is really a great accomplishment. So great job, Rosie. Thank you so much for doing it. And then with that, Mayor, if can I have your permission, actually, Rosie has an announcement that she'd like to make about her team as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Currently, we have an employee who, for the almost 3 years that I've been here, has been working full-time and somehow has found time to study almost full-time. She just recently received her bachelor's in business administration. This is Tristan Dreskula.
No, you have to. Come on, you got to come forward and say a few words. Tristan actually recently got engaged as well, so it's been busy. It's been busy.
That's my thank you gift.
That's your thank you gift? Well, at least you don't have to plan a wedding at the same time as going to school, right?
No, now I have time to plan the wedding.
Exactly.
I want to thank Rosie and Dan Johnson especially, because if it wasn't for this man right here, I probably wouldn't know that we have the incentive that the city pays for or helps reimburse, so that really helped a lot with the cost. So with that, you have to have a B or higher, so I aimed for an A, and every time I got a B, I went to Dan and I threw a fit about it, but it's okay. So if it wasn't for Dan and Rosie, I don't know where I would be. Originally, I was going to go to school to be in the medical field, and then decided business is just where I'm at. So thank you guys.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Tristan. And then actually, Chief has a couple more announcements that he'd like to make as well.
Thank you, Dan. I have actually two employees that we want to recognize tonight. One thing we strive for in the Department of Public Safety is continuing education and trying to better ourselves. I always tell the employees that one of my functions as the director or the chief of police is to provide a well-trained and experienced workforce for the community. And one of the things that we've been working towards is with our animal control officer, Kristen Bernard. She has received a certification. I'm probably going to get this wrong, but you'll have the opportunity to explain it. It's different than our certification for animal control. It's through the State Health and Humane Services. It's the Level 1 National Animal Care and Control Association. I don't know how many levels she's got to go through, but I'm sure she's one more she's got to finish up on. So that's something that she's been working towards for quite some time now. The second one that I want to recognize is similar to Tristan, Detective Sergeant Evelyn Abundis. She's been working full-time as well, going to school for quite some time now. She's been trying to get this for several years. She actually here recently received her Bachelor's of Science in Public Service through the University of Houston at Clear Lake. And that's a great accomplishment for both of these employees.
Congratulations.
Hello. So to kind of explain it more, it's a certification that goes on top of the state of Texas certification. So not only am I certified as an animal control officer for the state, I'm now able to work anywhere in the country without having to be state certified again. So it was a very long process. They give you a year to do it, and I did it in 3 months. So on top of being animal control, working full-time, only doing it at work to help with my work-home life balance. So I love to thank Chief and everyone that allowed me to do this. It wasn't an easy process, and it was very time-consuming.
Congratulations.
Mayor, I'd just like to say that it was a month or 2 months ago, she was called out to our the old chocolate next to my house. We had the mama dog and those 3 babies, and that dog she's ready to take somebody's leg off. And the way she came out of the vehicle and took charge of that situation and told that dog that I've seen worse dogs than you. So, she took control of the situation. So great, We got the puppies, and there was a police officer there. I'm not sure if that's standard procedure. Police officer there to back up the animal control for if you need to, take the dog out or what. There's a police officer there right behind her the entire time, and it was flawless. And I really got to commend it to you on how you handled that situation. That's the first time I've really seen our animal control person in action with a dog that was not happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, my last thing I want to talk about on staffing. So on New Year's Eve, I had sent council an update where we're at overall staffing-wise. So on New Year's Eve, we had 124 full-time positions filled out of the 131 budgeted. Well, as of today, we have 125. So we had another detention officer that started today. And if there was a scared straight program or what have you, I think this man, I mean, he's my height, and I think he said he's got 100 pounds on me, and he's a large human being. And so we got the right guy for the job. So anyway, we have 125. So that means we have 6 openings right now: a permit specialist, an animal control officer, 2 patrol officers, a GIS technician, and 1 more detention officer. And then we'll have a full cadre there. So that's all.
Chief.
Well, just to expand on what Senior Manager is talking about, the detention officer, we've already nicknamed him John Coffee. If that give you any indication of what we're talking.
Thank you, Manager Dan. Council, before we move on to the consent agenda, just want to give you guys an update regarding some procedural changes that you'll see throughout this meeting. On January 20th, we will be coming forward with an update to our council rules and procedures to make sure that we align ourselves with some changes in state law. This is also an update where we're going to bring forward the rules and procedures every year to make sure that we stay up to date on them. It's a good refresher for all of us here. But some of the changes that you're going to see in these rules and procedures, we're going to put them into effect tonight, and we're going to start more closely following Robert's Rules of Order. So one is that every 2 hours we're going to take a 5-minute recess. That way we can stretch our legs, get some more coffee, take care of your business, do whatever it is that you need to do. Sometimes when our meetings go long, it's good to just stand up, refresh, and stretch. For presentations, we're going to be limiting staff presentations for each item to 5 minutes. Applicant presentation to 5 minutes, and then each council will be given the opportunity to speak twice per item with a limit up to 10 minutes per time of speaking. This is to help us run efficiently, set clear expectations, make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak, but we also orderly work through our agenda items. As the evening goes, at the discretion of the chair, the time can be expanded or reduced further. So just wanted to give you guys an update on that, but you'll see that formalized at our next city council meeting. Moving into the consent agenda, council, there is an item, Joe's agenda item number 5, that we'll need to amend the consent agenda to remove it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor, and we would postpone this item for the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good. So council, before we make any motions, amending motions, any comments and or questions regarding the consent agenda? Hearing none, council, I will make a motion to remove agenda item number 5 from the consent agenda. Do I have a second? We have a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Next, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Do I have a second? We'll give that one to Councilman Bonner there. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Council, I will make now, for the items removed from the consent agenda, I will make a motion to postpone the consent agenda item number 5. Do I have a second for that? Second. We have a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to postpone passes unanimously, 6-0. Next, we will move on to regular agenda item number 1. This is consideration and possible action to approve a design criteria modification request from the City of Manvel Design Criteria Manual, Section 5, Drainage 1.04G, 5A and B, Section 5, Drainage 2.02F and G for an approximate 2.3804 acre tract of land located at the northwest corner of Highway 6 and future Pine Lane, PIDs 228214 and 228212, forwarded with a recommendation by PD&Z with a 4-2 vote. Staff?
Mayor, with your permission, I believe our assistant city engineer is going to come up and present this item.
Absolutely. Come on forward. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Good afternoon, Council. So this request is actually a two-part request. Not only is it for the pump detention system, but kind of as was mentioned earlier, for a deviation from the 1,000-foot distance requirement from residential properties that we have in the DCM. A little bit of background on this site. It is an approximately 2.4 acre tract located on the northwest corner of Highway 6 and future Pine Street. The property is located entirely within a FEMA designated flood zone and within CNR 3, TxDOT, and City of Manvel drainage jurisdiction. Drainage and mitigation for the site will be handled by an underground system with pipes placed underneath the pavement. Also, one thing to note as well, when we were kind of doing the due diligence for this process, we did discover that there is an existing right-of-way on the east side of the property, which the applicant is proposing to construct the full width of Pine Street. This road will be an asphalt open ditch as allowed in the original Manvel town site district. Just to reiterate a little bit of the criteria, as was mentioned, Chapter 5, Section G, Item 5 of the DCM states that pump detention facilities are allowed by City Council on a case-by-case basis with the following criteria. The use is for non-residential developments. No residence is within 1,000 feet of the pump facility. A backup natural gas generator is provided for the pump facility. 50% of the detention is achieved by gravity, and the corresponding drainage district approves the pump facility as well. So most of the criteria are met with the caveat of while doing research, there are 3 residences that fall short of the 1,000-foot distance requirement. So kind of just to reiterate, it is a 2-part variance request for the pump detention and also for the residential spacing requirement. As was mentioned, we did take it to P&Z last month, and it was forwarded with a favorable recommendation of 4-2. And we also do have the applicant here to kind of give any more technical information as needed. So yeah, that's a quick summary. So Any questions that you guys have?
Thank you, Matt. Would the applicant like to say anything?
Mayor, can I qualify something real quick?
Absolutely, please go ahead.
So Pine Street, it's a little confusing because we already have a Pine Street that's further to the east. This is, on some maps, it's called Petrie Lane. On some, it's called Pine Lane. So we're going with Pine Lane right now. But this is halfway between Wilson and Palmetto on the north side of Highway 6. There is an exhibit in your map, but I just wanted to say that out loud.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. If you could just tell us what your name is, and we'll stick to 5 minutes here. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Vatsal Monpara. I'm with M. Lanza Engineering. We are the firm in charge of designing and permitting for this project. I'll just give a background. It's a commercial project, a retail building, 20,000 square feet. The site is in a flood zone, so we have to provide detention and mitigation for the development. Because of the land constraints and some other parameters, we have to go with pump detention. Well, these pumps are going to be commercial, but these are very small pumps, like 1 CFS in capacity. So in any case, the existing conditions, 8 CFS is going out, but with the pump, we are reducing to 1 CFS. So under proposed condition, if any, there will be no negative impact to the existing conditions of the ditch or the storm system. If any, it's going to have a positive impact because it's going to detain the water for a set amount of time before discharging within safe parameters. It does lie within three residences does lie within the 1,000 feet of it, but again, these are smaller pumps. they will not be flooding any downstream properties or will have any negative impact. If you have any specific questions, I can answer those.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being here tonight. Council, any comments and/or questions? Councilman Opliger?
So on your generator, what's the noise decibels going to be? Do you know?
Well, we as civil engineers, we design the pump systems and the wet well essentially with the pumps, but the generators will be a choice of the owner. But if there are certain regulations that must be followed, those will be followed as per the city regulations.
Okay, and then the pumps would run on regular house power first, right? And then fail to generator power?
Well, so primarily it will be powered by the electric supply, but in case there is a power cut or power outage, then the generator will be used as the auxiliary power for it. The pump size, it's 449 gallons per minute. That's 1 CFS. That's the discharge of it.
Yeah. So I was just my question was that. So you answered is it's going to run on house power, regular electricity, and unless the house that fails, and then if we have a failure, you have failure everywhere, right?
Yes.
Probably, and it's going to switch over to the generator.
Yes. Only in case of emergency.
So now and I was trying to figure this out. Is this a completely covered pump or detention pond, or is it an open pit?
So this whole system is underground, meaning there are bigger pipes, 96-inch pipes and 72-inch pipes that goes under the pavement. So the detention is not going to be visible to common people.
So it's completely covered.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's very much like the gas station on 2nd Street and Highway 6. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, I'll just make a few comments here, and I just want to confirm that I understand this correctly. So 55% gravity, 45% pump, and it's on 2.3 acres. Is that correct? Okay. And then for the vote, Joe's, the vote is listed here as 4-2, but when I watched the meeting, it seemed like it was a 3-3 vote. That we had one of our PD&Z members that kind of did this and said, I'm not too sure, I don't know, Mr. William there when I watched it. So was it actually 4-2 or was it 3-3?
I wasn't at the meeting,
Okay.
so I'm not 100%. Matt?
I know that it was mentioned, so I'm not entirely too sure.
Okay. It just, maybe he did vote yes, but I heard him say, oh, I'm not too sure. He seemed pretty torn on it. It's rare to have such a split vote like that, even 4-2, so I was curious there. I spent a lot of time reading over the weekend documents that I never thought that I would read, such as the EPA stormwater manuals and researching things such as hydraulic uncertainty research. Didn't even know that existed, but I found out about that. And so for me, we set these standards. If in the scenario that we're going to allow pump detention, all of these standards have to be met. And for me, when it comes to pump detention, I'm not willing to compromise on those standards. Those were the standards that our city engineer recommended. Those were the best case standards prior to 2024. We documented them in 2024, and talking with the neighboring property owners, the residential homeowners, it's nothing against the applicant or the project, but there's a lot of concerns. And so if we've adopted these standards, but yet we're now going to compromise on those standards, why have standards to begin with in the first place? I want to work with the applicant, want to work with you guys. I think there are some solutions, some off-site detention opportunities there that we could make work. But for me, it's just knowing that just a year and a half ago we adopted these standards, I'm not willing to compromise on those personally. But thank you guys for being here.
Can I just ask you one follow-up question to that?
Of course.
The regional detention that you mentioned, so will we be allowed to store our volume over there? Is that what I
think there would be, if this doesn't pass, I think that there would be an opportunity for us to regroup at a staff level and take a look and see what solutions are out there.
Okay, and just one more point I wanted to add to it is we have some safety shut-off valves installed proposed to be installed in the right-of-way at the storm system. So whenever water reaches a certain level, the pumps will automatically shut off. So just so you know, there's an additional safety feature so to avoid any flooding issues.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Council, any final comments and/or questions? We'll go Councilwoman Sarmiento, then we'll go Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go Councilman Bonner.
Okay, so historically, our city manager, city engineer has been against pump detention, which we all know that. And in my view of it, I think that if it makes sense and it's not compromising residential homes, then I think that that is something that we should look at on an individual case basis. In this particular scenario, the fact that the homeowner came to speak, to me, you know, that will always be something that we lean on is the homeowners. When they come and speak out against something, that will carry weight. However, I don't know the size of your business or what's going on there in order to make it profitable or even developable? What's the word I'm trying to say? Developmentable. There we go. And so, not that I'm strongly opposed to it, because I feel like we talked about this, and I think it's a form of finding a way for a solution to make things happen. But when it makes sense, it makes sense. And so, I'm more leaning with the mayor in this particular case only because it is within 3 homes. It's not so further away. I mean, it's there, and one of the homes is less than 800 feet and 700. Now, it's not right there, but the fact that this particular area is very, very prone to flooding. Highway 6 is supposed to be something that carries that water. Just in and of itself, the location and the fact that there are residential homes around is concerning. I will say this, there is a lot of undeveloped land around there, and I don't know to what extent you own adjacent land, but I think that what the mayor is saying to get with staff to find other solutions, I think that should be something to look into as well. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm not 100% ever opposed to a solution if it makes sense, but in this case, I agree. Thank you.
What was your gallon per minute on that pump?
It's 449 gallons per minute.
I'm sorry?
449.
449 gallons a minute?
Yes, 1 CFS.
That's a pretty small pump.
Yes, it's very, I guess, it's just small commercial. It's not for bigger detention, so that's what we designed.
Wow. I'm not even sure that's big enough to do anything, but, and I think a little bit of due diligence would be in order if these 3 pieces of land that are homes that are under the 1,000-foot area, if y'all did a topography, I can't speak either, and see what's the elevation of these 3 pieces of land around y'all's. Is it above? Is it below? That could have a deciding factor as well.
So the proposed ground is obviously a little bit above the natural ground because of the flood zone and the detention and mitigation requirements. But we can check on the LiDAR and give you a concrete answer on that one.
Okay, thank you.
You, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, you know, in talking about this is kind of hitting home with something I've been trying to talk about here for the last year. This whole area in here is going to present the same problem, even though I'm a big proponent of developing all of this area from where this goes down past the other side of 1128. I think we as city council have got to come up with, and staff, if we want to develop this property, we can't do things like this right here because it doesn't meet the criteria plan that we've approved and set up. But we've got to do something to come up with some regional detention in the area if we want to take advantage of this property and meet some of the goals that we've all had ideas about. So I agree with you that we need to kind of back up and rethink regional detention. This is one of the prime areas that's affected by it, but we're going to run into this same thing, especially on the south side. sooner or later, we're going to come into some pump detention on that side that we just can't do because of the size of the business. So I strongly encourage my fellow council people to start thinking about how do we fund regional detention. We've got to think of some better ways to try and fund land, and it can't just be land that's prime for development. It needs to be some that maybe not have a prime spot for development, and then work on the infrastructure to be able to get the drainage to that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bonner. Anything new that council would like to add? Any additional questions? All right.
So
Councilman O'Leary.
I'm not sure what you were referring to on the pump. I don't know. That's new. I don't know. But I think somewhere in here on Highway 6, the Manvel Seafood folks, right? That's why he didn't build, because he has to have detention. And there's not enough land for the detention. Right? That's the whole problem with this whole area right here. There's just not enough land for the detention. So the idea of putting the storage tanks underground, where they're holding the water and they allow for something to be built. That's, and again, I watched this happen at that gas station on Highway 6 in Alvin, right, or 2nd Street. They put those tanks underground. I don't think they've had a problem with them. I don't know, right? But that's really my only thought on this, and I'm not sure what the mayor was referencing. But it's until Councilman Bonner's point, I see several tracts of land here that have no way of developing, none, because of the detention. So it's never going to develop until council comes up with, like he says, either some sort of off-site detention deal or this. And I think the only issue here out of all of that was the generator, right? Is that right, Joe? Is that the generator is really the problem, because it's at 754 feet. Is that really the only problem, or is it the fact that it's pump detention?
So the pump detention is allowed only on a case-by-case basis. So no matter what, they would have to bring that to council.
Right.
Pumped floodplain mitigation really isn't permitted at all, and that's part of what they would be having to use it for. So that I don't want to muddy the waters, but that's the second issue in my mind. The third one, the real one that they're asking for on the modification request, is that they would not be able to meet the minimum distance requirement that y'all set last year, or 2 years ago now, of 1,000 feet from a residence. They're at least 1,000 feet horizontally from at least 3 residences.
Okay.
So it's sort of multifaceted.
Right. And so the second part, you said, what was the second problem that
since they're in the floodplain, really that's hard-coded as well, that pumped floodplain mitigation isn't allowed at all.
It does not allow it at all.
Basis. What's that?
You said it does not allow it at all?
Right.
Really? So the only answer is a hole in the ground?
Which, I mean, we're developing, City Hall is. Next door, when it was Stripes, they developed. The car wash just developed. I mean, there are, Blue Water Lakes, AutoZone, Sherwin-Williams. I mean, obviously it can be done. We've got a lot of development going on in the floodplain on Highway 6 right now. It can be done. It probably takes up more
okay,
of your land.
So then the question then is to the mayor's point, I guess, and thinking this through, if this is denied, then they have the opportunity to come back to the staff and come up with other alternatives?
Sure.
And that wasn't presented before when they were sitting here talking about this idea?
Well, they're running the course right now. They asked staff, can we do pump detention? It's not up to staff. We'll go the course. So that's why there's the design criteria manual modification request. We denied it at the staff level. Goes to PD&Z. PD&Z was, like the mayor said, on the cusp. So ultimately, it's up to y'all if y'all want to allow it or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman.
And just wanted to clarify too, that they do have their detention and mitigation separate. So the detention is the only part that will be pumped, so.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments and/or questions?
I do.
Okay.
Councilman Oplinger brings up a great point, because when we're looking at the map, do you mind, how much of this land do you own? 2.8 acres?
2.38 acres.
2.3 acres, and that's the only part that you own? So basically, they're going to be locked unless they give up half their land, right? Do we know what the amount is of the land that they have to give up for detention if we don't approve pump?
I don't know if they've designed that to see what a gravity,
But based on our criteria manual, don't they have to give up a certain amount of their land?
it's a volume calculation, so they'll come up with a volume number, however many cubic feet, acre feet, and then basically it's dependent upon how deep their outfall is. So if they have a nice deep outfall, then the pond can be smaller. If it's a shallow outfall, which most of our outfalls are pretty shallow, then the surface area gets bigger. So then you have to use things like the parking lot and other things to help basically grasp all the capacity that you can possibly get out of it. Or like what the church did with the pervious pavers. That's another option as well. The one right there in front of the high school.
In front of her house. So looking at the land around it, the people who own directly behind it, the same thing, we're going to encounter the same thing over and over again. And so that does bring a concern, because for me, developing business on a commercial highway, that's where we want the development. We don't want it next to the homes, but it's just weird because we have homes and we have businesses a block away from Highway 6. So this is two blocks away, or no, I mean, Lori's house is 1 block off of Highway 6. So, and her home is going to eventually be surrounded by development. But that's not going to happen if we don't approve pump mitigation, or at least a type of volume that would protect, that would help the other surrounding areas should there be catastrophic weather or flooding, to where we have enough of these, they absorb that until the city can figure out where to build or create a detention area to mitigate that. So the way I'm looking at it is, yes, I see this now, but I'm also looking at the future, like how are we going to create a solution here? We're just not going to let anybody ever develop there? It's the $1 million question. So, thank you.
So I'll go, Dan, to some questions here. This will be my final time speaking on this. I'm looking at Bighorn Barbecue. Bighorn Barbecue is about the same acreage of land as this one, and they don't have pump detention, correct? Sherwin-Williams, same acreage of land. They're able to develop, no pump detention. So to your point, it can be done. You're just maybe not going to have a 20,000 plus square foot building. You're maybe going to have a 15,000 square foot building, possibly. It's adjusting the site plan. Okay. So I think if this votes down tonight, I mean, there's a few things that come to my mind that you can pass along to your client. Adjust the site plan. It can be done. Land can be developed. I think there are also opportunities in the area for off-site detention to have a conversation. A lot of those landowners around there are looking to do something with their land. Third, I would say, talk with the residential homes. If you explain it to them and how it wouldn't impact their home, looking at doing the topography, looking at showing the flow pattern of water, and you would get sign off from them that those 3 residential homes are not concerned and they're okay with this, I think there's some options there. But just simply standing there and saying it kills the deal when we've seen time and time again that it can be done, that's not a good enough reason for me to say yes for this.
This land is also in a floodplain, so we have to mitigate. In fact, for this project, the mitigation value is much higher than the detention requirement value. So even if we were to go gravity, it will take up most of the land. So it would essentially render this project undevelopable because there wouldn't be any yield to the land.
I believe those properties that I'm speaking of, Bighorn and Sherwin-Williams, are also in the floodplain, same exact floodplain. So I would recommend looking at those projects too, because it might give your client a good use case scenario of how it can be done while also not having to do pump detention, because it's not about if pumps fail, it's about when they fail. 2024, there's repeated cases of pumps failing all across the United States, most significantly at an airport in New Orleans, where 3 of 4 pumps failed and it caused significant flooding. So, like I said, I think there's options. I think there's some paths forward. It just depends on if, I know you're here representing your client, so it just depends on if your client's willing to come back to the table, if this fails, so. Council, I think we're good to call the question here. Do I have a motion for this agenda item?
Somebody's got to make one. I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Council member, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion fails in a 1-5 vote. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Matt.
Dan, on that note, is Sherwin-Williams 2 acres of land? And how big is their store? Store is.
Yeah, if we can just get that for Crystal, we'll circle up with you on that. Absolutely. Okay, council, we're at that little bit past that 2-minute mark. We'll take a 5-minute recess here. Let's stretch the legs. We'll reconvene here at 7:20. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will go ahead and jump back into it. I like doing that 5-minute recess every 2 hours. Helps us stretch the legs there. So next, we have agenda item number 2. This is consideration and possible action to approve on first reading ordinance 2026-0-01. We'll turn this one over to Rosie.
Mayor, Council, this is a budget amendment requesting for more funding for both the City Hall expansion and for Heritage Park. We currently have some money budgeted for the City Hall, and that came from Bond Series 2023, and some monies that we allotted from last year's budget for Heritage Park. The monies that I'm requesting would be coming in from the fund balance, from the capital projects fund balance, not the general fund. And most of that money is from interest earned in the previous years. And I would still be leaving at least a $3 million balance into the fund balance for arbitrage in the future.
Anything else?
That's it.
That's it. All right.
And it's short and sweet.
There we go. Thank you, Rosie. Council, any comments and/or questions? We'll go Councilman Bonner first.
What's the total ask for the budget amendment?
2.6 million, 2,626,816 with 8 cents.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Bonner. Mayor Pro Tem Lands.
Okay, 2.6 million. Okay. And that's going to leave 3.2 million, right? And this is all monies that has come from interest.
For the most part, or projects leftovers, or
Project leftover.
it's stuff that's been accumulated in the fund balance, but mostly it's interest.
Okay, and would that interest be off like our water reclamation facility? Or where's that interest coming from?
The different bonds that they've been sitting on the bank right while construction's going on.
Okay.
And that's why I'm saving those 3 million in case we have to pay back any interest. We have that sitting there.
Okay.
I think Manager Dan, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, so whenever we do those certificate of obligation, so we get all of the money up front from the bank. So if it's $50 million, that immediately goes into an interest-bearing account. So the projects don't necessarily start, day one as far as, I think I mentioned to you all the other day that right now the water reclamation facility is eating about $1.5 million a month. But that didn't start for several months. So while that full amount is sitting there, there's interest that's accumulating. Now, there are legal requirements that can't just be a source of, permanent revenue where we just borrow money on the cheap and put it in an interest-bearing account. We can't do that as a city. It'd be very clever, but we can't do that. So that's what she's talking about with the arbitrage. So in the meantime, we have to spend that money on those projects. We have to spend something within 3 years, right? So it's actually good timing that these projects are happening now. You can't just borrow the money and then sit on it forever, is really what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Sounds nice, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll weigh in here. Rosie, I love the data sheet. We talked a lot last year about some financial numbers and getting the picture, understanding the context. So this data sheet's fantastic, and the Mayor Pro Tem hit on my question that I was going to ask about the interest, and kind of where did that come from? How did we get that? So I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. The only question that I would have for this is, it's a lot more than what was initially projected within the bond series issuance. This may not be the item to discuss this on, so let me know if we need to roll this over to the next item. But I'm wondering why the discrepancy between the two. Yes, we can say inflation, but inflation it's not going to carry $2.6 million. It's not that much. So kind of speak to that. Can you kind of elaborate?
Yes, Mayor. To begin with, Heritage Park was not in the original plans as far as the budgeting. This is something completely new. And the Heritage Park alone is a little over $2 million by the time you add in the playground.
That's part of it. And I think Rosie and I sort of discovered that there was a time where the dollars that were included in a certificate of obligation were oftentimes the construction costs only. For whatever reason, the city wasn't necessarily borrowing the soft costs. They weren't borrowing enough for, I remember we saw that, Chief, with the police station. Here is the budget for the police station, not a dime included for the furniture and fixtures. So we're going to have a 4,000 square foot building, or 40,000 square foot building with no desks? Of course not, right? So I don't know that, the short answer is I don't know that we borrowed the full amount that we should have whenever we did this. Add to that the scope changing, that we're doing a park, which is fantastic. We're doing Heritage Park. And since we're not going to be able to have parking on those parcels that we're going to put a park on, we still need parking. So that means we're going to have to reconfigure a large avenue to have on-street parking, which means we're basically reconstructing a large avenue in concrete from Palmetto to our lift station right here. So it's a series of things, Mayor. Does that
Yeah, that
make
does.
sense?
Appreciate that. Last question that while you were talking, Manager Dan, that I thought of. So this is all, even though we're moving the money into different line items, it's all staying in our capital projects fund.
That is correct.
If we get grants or something that offsets some of our cost, then what that does is that if it's not fully used, because I'm assuming it's a 10 to 15% contingency that's being built into this project, that would then roll it back into our fund balance.
That is
So
correct.
it's all staying within capital projects.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Council, any additional questions or comments outside of what's been covered so far? Councilwoman?
How much will be left in the fund balance? How many months? You said 3 million, I'm sorry, in the general fund, right?
Not the general fund, the capital project
The capital project fund, there will be how much left there?
3.2 million.
Okay, do we know what that's going to go towards when you guys come back and ask for the next approval for?
Yeah. So we'll have to make that decision. There's a possibility that it could be for one of the facilities. I think we're done with the police station, so I don't foresee any more dollars needed there. The public works facility is not completed yet, so we don't know. The water reclamation facility, those numbers actually came in well over the 40 million, case in point. So part of the getting down to the 40 was them wanting the job, but part of it was reducing the scope. So that some of the things that were reduced in the scope are still needed. It was just put off for another day. So I could absolutely foresee, and it was some things like canopies for the equipment to keep them out of the elements and those kind of things. So I don't know yet. But it could go towards the WRF. It could go towards this facility if something happens unforeseen. It could go to our streets projects, the 10 million that we always talk about, if y'all wind up wanting to do some more there. But it can't stay there forever. So we're going to have to spend it on capital projects.
These 3 million need to stay there until we pass our arbitrage audit.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, Series 23 will be 3 years in April, if I'm not incorrect, that we got that funding.
And when is that arbitrage?
It's probably going to be sometime midsummer. I need to get with Joe Morrow to schedule one.
Okay, so midsummer, and then by then, we spend it?
No.
It has to be spent before that?
No. We're going to keep it there until we finish the projects that we have ongoing currently.
So finish these, and then we can access it?
Exactly.
Okay.
If we've earned more interest than we're allowed to earn, then we have to pay it back.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It
So
can't.
that's why it needs to be declining, so we don't, okay.
Exactly.
So the other question I have is, it sounds like this is general practice. Let's just slide the scope in, and then we'll go later on and get more money.
It's not supposed to be general practice. I just think that.
I mean, it's a pattern.
It
It's a
is.
pattern.
It
that-
is.
pattern
yes.
here.
And like I said, Rosie and that's the only way we've been able to figure it out, because why didn't we borrow enough? And you kind of go back through, and that was just,
They didn't
it's not our
factor
practice
in.
now, I
They
can tell you
didn't
that.
factor in some of the engineering costs, some of the inspection costs, some of the architecture costs during the construction phase. They were not budgeted into that bond.
So in the future, whenever we put out bids, I think that, council likes to see bids that are efficient, down to the wire, real slim, real down to the numbers. But this consistently happens where we approve something, we have to come back, approve more money. So is there a way that in the future where we can mitigate or add that in there without having, or come back and just say it is what it is?
Well, that's one of
Figure
the
it out.
reasons we're budgeting a little bit more on this project so that we can have a contingency amount for any problems that arise that we need to make up for. So we're already getting ahead of that situation. And now we also know that when we go out for the bid, we also have to take into consideration the engineering, the inspections and all of that stuff. So when we do the budget amendment, that should include all of that.
Yeah. Because it's really, we keep coming back asking for more money, but it's like a little plan. We'll keep it here, we'll gain interest, we'll use it for here.
No, we don't keep
Not
it on
supposed
purpose.
to.
Yeah, we don't keep it on purpose. It just so happened that, for example, this Series 23, they probably applied for it in 22. By the time they got the funding, it was April 23. So that's when the clock starts running. But by the time we went out for bids on PD and they finalized the plans and they were able to start construction, it took time. The same thing with the Public Works. And then to top it off, we stopped construction and so many months more passed there. City Hall, the same thing. We hadn't been able to start City Hall because, of course, we didn't know we were going to have the funds to complete PD and Public Works because of the missing components on the budgets of when they did the bond.
Okay,
Series.
so something that comes to mind is the Public Works facility. We know that it was at a standstill and there was, negotiations happening there. What I don't want to see is us have to go back and allocate more money to that after we've already approved and it wasn't our fault and we've gone through that whole process. So if we are going to come back and ask for money for other projects, I would highly recommend that we don't allocate it towards that facility, that it does go towards the others. Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would still like us to consider, like on the Heritage Park, checking into some donors for signage, or like you and I went to the Tugboat Island and the pickets with individual family members, and they contribute to the park, financial contribution. We may not get $100,000. We may get more. Who knows? But I don't know if we've reached out to anybody yet for contributions.
Not yet, no, sir. But the first step is getting the general contractor who's here tonight, getting them under contract. And then we can start talking about, okay, do we have any other, there are some great opportunities, obviously with the all-inclusive equipment. We've got somebody right here in our town that can possibly help out with that. So I haven't forgotten by any means. Push has been to get to this point, though.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any final comments and/or questions?
I have a comment on that. On the donors, are we thinking about having them maybe like bricks where you lay down the pavement and you have your name in there and then they can sponsor it for like 5,000 to 10,000 or something like that, or like a Lifeline one that's bigger, like maybe one that says Danville right there instead of Manvel.
I like it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Get you to donate some money. And then all of council can do that as well. I like that idea. I think it would be great.
Really good idea. Sounds like something for the creative lab there to put their heads on. All right, council, I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-0-01. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. That feeds into agenda item number 3. This is consideration and possible action to award fiscal year 2025-02 City Hall West Wing expansion and Heritage Park project to Crane Group LLP and authorize the city manager to execute the contract documents. Manager Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is an exciting one, kind of like Rosie alluded to. There were 3 projects that were part of that bond issuance. The police station, public works facility, and then the expansion to City Hall. And so we've purposely waited to do this one last to make sure that we had enough funding for those 2 projects, because those were the priority. Those were the 2 departments and the 2 organizations that were in the biggest need. They're the 2 biggest departments, and they're in the biggest need of new facilities. So now that we feel comfortable, now that we have the budget amendment, we're prepared to make this recommendation for a general contractor to do these projects. And this was a good process. I can tell you, when this particular building that we're sitting in was constructed, the process was pretty standard to use the low bidder. period. So whichever contractors submitted bids, the lowest bid is the one that cities would take. There were some pains associated with that when this building was constructed. So we've got probably a little more robust system now where it's the cost is important, of course, but then also the references and has this contractor done other projects similar to this? This one's special in the sense that it's a new building, but it's not on a virgin piece of land. You're going to have to keep things going because we can't shut the city services down for a year. So you've got to have experience in working around people and around live services still going on, and then build us a park. So we had 9 bidders submit proposals for this, which was great. Compare that back to when we did the police station. I think we had 3 bidders, and then Public Works was 1. Yeah. And we know how that one wound up, or maybe 2, but so here we are with this one. We had 9, so they were hungry. Now, aside from the lowest one and the highest one, the 7 ones in the middle, the dollars were very, very similar. So what we did is went through and prioritized the top, I think 80 points, if you will, 80% of the overall selection criteria comes from the dollars, the references, the company information, how long they've been in business, how quick can they get on the job, how close are they? Are they local? And then the last 20% comes from a face-to-face interview. So we did that. We had a face-to-face interview with the top 4 candidates, and candidly, it was kind of neat. At the time, the fourth one, if you will, that had maybe the fewest overall points, wound up leapfrogging and actually had the best interview. So I sort of joked that their project management staff beat their marketing staff. So pass that along if it's worth it. I'm just kidding. But it was a really great process. So all 4 of them, great contractors, no issues whatsoever. The selection committee was unanimous on this recommendation, Mayor. But so it's the Crane Group, and they're here tonight if you'd like to visit with them one-on-one, which I suspect you would.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Well, I'll weigh in. I fully support going with the Crane Group. You guys do quality work, quality job, reviewed your submittal, and excited to work with you guys here. Dan, just one thing to confirm, and then 2 questions that I have. One, for the playground, I know we talked about looking to do pour in place for the surface, so that way individuals in wheelchairs or with accessibility challenges, so it's not going to be the mulch type material, it'll be pour in place. Okay. Timeline, I saw it's 460 some odd days, so a little bit over a year. I'm assuming that's for everything, but it's going to be broken up in phases. So parking lot first. I'm assuming the park probably is not going to take as long as the West Wing expansion.
Yeah, so sort of the phasing is, the first thing that we've got to do is get some parking. As you know, the parking lot right now stops in front of the annex next door. And so the ultimate plan is to bring parking around along Palmetto. So they'll expand that parking so that when people come to court and whatnot, the public can use that parking lot. They'll also be building the new parking on a large for staff and everybody else. So that's the first phase. Then once everybody's got a spot to park and we can actually get into the building through, fenced in areas or whatever it needs to be, large will be shut off for a time. Then they can actually work on the new building, because the new building's going in the main parking lot where we all park right now. So that's where it's going. So we've got to get parking first. That's phase 1. Then the building and the park is phase 2. And they can talk about more particulars, but you're absolutely right, Mayor.
Would one of you guys be able to speak to the park and playground and all of that, the timeline for it?
Beg your pardon?
Would one of you be able to speak to kind of the timeline and the phasing as it relates to the project, when we would expect to see Heritage Park completed compared to the West Wing expansion? Rock, paper, scissors, here we go. And the reason I ask twofold, just to give you some insight. One, you have sitting behind you Miss Colleen. If you haven't had a chance to meet her yet, she runs the Manvel Market, 501c3. She is very excited about this park. And right now, the Manvel Market's at Redeemer Church. I know they would like to get back over here. Also, we had an incredible Christmas tree set up next to City Hall. And I know next year there's maybe some thoughts about doing a tree lighting ceremony that we could invite the public to. So you think you can get the park done by Christmas?
We'll have to see how quick we can start, but we'll definitely prioritize based on what we can get to. I'm excited as well. I've been to the market. I live in Meridiana, and 4 miles away. So I'm excited to have the opportunity to do something literally in my backyard. You were correct in looking at the time frame, and when the city manager, when Dan was talking about the phasing, there's a little bit of storm right at the front that we're tying into, getting that parking lot in front so that we can free all that space up as you move around the back, and then Large Street and back. Working on that, there's quite a few utilities. One of the big concerns as we go through is the underground and the depth of that underground, making sure that we're cognizant of all of the neighborhoods and people that are moving around, and having a very safe, clean job site. But as we free that parking space up, then we'll be able to erect the pre-engineered metal building in where the parking lot is.
Okay, if we could just get some information about the timeline for the park specifically, provide that update.
And we can get you the schedule, the preliminary schedule, pretty quick if you would like to see that.
That would be fantastic, and I'm assuming this would be looped into the city manager update, and we'd be.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So if council approves this, awards this contract tonight, then we'll finalize all the contract documents, and then we'll have our kickoff meeting, notice to proceed. That's when we'll get the full schedule and all that kind of good stuff. So right now, all the work that they're doing is sort of at risk, right? So we have some general ideas, but we'll get the specifics.
So do you live on the Manvel side of Meridian?
Unfortunately, I live kind of halfway in, so I'm over by Iowa Colonies.
That's a point deducted from the
stadium. Well, yes. We're moving closer this way. If I had more time, I would.
Well, thank you for that information.
Thank you very much.
If you just want to stay up here, just in case there's other questions or comments. Council, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion for this agenda item?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation of staff.
We have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0.
I'd like to share.
You could unmute yourself.
I wanted to share with everybody that's listening online and what kind of person represents this company. I've known Brad for, gosh, a long time. And the night that he found out that he was the recommendation of the city and that he would be coming to this meeting to see if we approved him, I sent him a deal and I said, great job with your interview. It looks like you know he already knew he had been recommended, and his comment back wasn't, "Man, I'm glad I got a job," or "I'm glad I got the $6 million, $8 million contract." His comment was, "Honored to care for the city of Manvel," and I think that speaks volumes of the type builder that we're going to have here, the type company that we're going to have here, and what we should strive to get in all future decisions when we make one about a builder, is not just looking at who does the best job or who gave us the best number, but what do they think about working with the city. And so I thank you for putting in the bid, and I look forward to a great job coming forward.
Thank you, Councilman. Congratulations. We look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next item on the agenda, we have agenda item number 4. This is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2026-0-002. Tammy, what do you have for us?
So this is for adding a section to our sign ordinance. This is going to be only for elections held on city property. So it's not going to affect the Redeemer Church property or the County Road 58 Annex Building property or any future properties if they're not owned by the city. What this does specifically for what we're looking at today for the police department is lets the police department operate and run smoothly without a lot of signs blocking the drive. If you notice when you drive down Highway 6 during election time, what the property looks like at the annex with all the political signs posted in place for the people to come in and vote, but not if that parking's taken up, the same as the problem at the annex, with canopies and tents that are set up while people are electioneering. So if you've had a chance to look at the ordinance, the section in there, one section, Mayor, you had some questions specifically, and I can answer those, had to do with the size of the signs and how we came up with that. I looked at the policy that Alvin has for their locations, specifically owned by the city, as well as our colony, since they are a polling place last year. 3x3 was just a number I pulled out of the sky. It was smaller than what both of them had because we don't have much space to put the signs that are not going to block the right-of-way or the roadway when people are pulling in and out, and it being specific to a first responder location. If you want that larger, we definitely could go larger, but it will limit then the number of signs, or the signs are all going to be blocking each other. The other question had to do with the clarifying language around handheld signs versus stationary signage. I wasn't sure what section, Mayor, that was pertaining to, but someone standing along the sidewalk holding up a sign with their name, "There's nothing against," something like that. It's basically putting the signs on the property where it's stationary, or, of course, they can't be up within that 100-foot section that the state law bans. The 24-hour sign removal window, again, that was just for the sake of keeping the property looking professional and nice as representing our police station. If you want to make that 72 hours, there's nothing that says it couldn't be 72 hours. Totally open to that. And then for the enforcement and expectations, allowing canopies and tents during polling hours, including signage on canopies. I don't know where the canopies would go if not blocking the parking. And there is no other parking. Originally, we thought we could shut one section off, and just make the in and out on the now, hold on, my directions are the north side of the north parking lot, make that an in and out, and make the south one where they could put their canopies, but people wouldn't, I don't know who's going to walk down that row of canopies when they park to go in to vote. I think it will make the flow of traffic a little janky, but it's doable if we wanted, if you guys wanted to do that. That would be where the canopies would go. And then I'll answer any questions if you have them. But it definitely was not put together in haste. I promise you, I looked through a lot of different ordinances. I searched a lot of different ones. A lot of them have parking, and that's the difference. What we were running into is we don't have a great big huge parking space to allow for parking and canopies.
Well, thank you, Tammy, for your research and your work on this. I know I had sent some questions, and you kind of ran through some of those. Obviously, we're all biased sitting here. We run campaigns. We're running campaigns, but there's a few things that I would like to see changed, council, for consideration that are very limiting. When we talk about the canopies, we're going to have canopies.
Yeah.
You can't have a 60-year-old or a 70-year-old. Even myself, I was out there every day from open to closed, and to be able to sit out there, or this last campaign, it was pouring down rain. And so I know what the city of Alvin did for their library is they designated where the canopies could go. So that way the voters could vote up at the front, they could park closer to the front. But in my mind, I would think for the police station, that back row of parking spots right up where the flags are, that could be where you would set up. If you want to set up, that's where you would set up your canopy. The stipulation is you got to remove it at night. You can't leave them sitting up there. I believe the city of Alvin made that as a change. It prevents from theft of canopy covers. It's a little bit extra work, but that's what I would like to see. I do think we need canopies. Regarding the vehicles used as campaign displays, I'd like to see some tweaks and improvements to that. Just speaking from my own experience, I had my truck wrapped when I ran for mayor. So that means I would not be allowed to park my vehicle on the city property. So that means I would have to have my wife drive me there and drop me off, and then pick me up each day. Now, I can understand you might not want to have a truck there that has this big contraption built into the back with a 4x4 sign, so I can understand the limitations there. But adding some definition around the vehicles would be helpful. Fully in support of limiting signs at the voting locations. I think when you look at studies show that having 50 signs at a voting location is not going to change anybody's mind. At the same time, maybe one is, with it being a new location, it's so far off in the back, people might want to, along that drive, put out some signs. So maybe, I like the size, the 3x3, but maybe going from 1 until 5 or something, but definitely putting a cap on there. Chief, a question for you. I mean, if we're limiting signs, are we going to have our code enforcement going out there every day and counting people's signs to make sure they comply with it? Or is it, snitches get stitches type situation, and you're going to have candidates calling on each other? I mean, what realistically, are we going to start regulating that every day?
People calling.
Oh, yeah.
Well, to me, it's on city property, and we want to try to keep city property looking professional and looking. I can't stand going down Highway 6 during voting time and looking at that annex, and it's just lined with signs. I mean, we got this big brand new building over there, and we're going to put these signs out there. And I agree in the fact that, when I go to a polling place, I already know who I'm voting for. Signs don't matter to me. I don't even talk to candidates in the parking lot. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go up there and I'm going to vote who I'm voting for. Some people aren't that way, though. That's just me. But, when me and Tammy were originally talking about this, that was one of the first things I was talking about is I don't want that property just with hundreds of signs plastering that property and just making it look like an unprofessional organization. That's why we were coming up with a limit to what the size of the signs and how many signs I'm going to put out. We did discuss the canopies, putting them on that back row up on the sidewalk in that area, that one row of parking spots, just reserving it completely for candidates and their canopies, but they take them down at night and they take them home with them. Again, this is a place of business, and we have to have that access through there, basically. So, that was just some of the things that I'd brought up when Tammy and I first started, or we even just, hey, this would be a good place to do this if we need to. So, to me, it's just one of those things. I just feel we need to keep it looking respectable and a place of business. Now, putting signs down the driveway, it's as long as we can limit them to where we don't have 50 signs lining the driveway of one candidate. To me personally, 5 signs would be too much. I would say maybe 3 down the driveway. A little compromise between the 1 and the 5, I guess, if we're a negotiating tool. But as far as the canopies go, I don't see an issue with putting them on that back row back there, as long as we can just limit, how, for these elections, how many canopies do we really have up? Especially a city election, 1, 2, 3, I don't know.
When I ran, you had 8 that were up at that point.
Yeah, and I don't think 8 in that section it's going to be a first come, first serve type thing, and I guess, it's at the PD, so a fight start, obviously.
Well, but to answer your question, it could go both ways. It could be somebody calling and complaining about the signs, how many signs are out there, and it could be code enforcement coming through, seeing them and saying, hey, we need to follow the regulations. Here are the regulations on the signs, y'all need to pick them up, so.
Yeah, I like 3. I think we need to allow the canopies. We could maybe even say if you're a candidate, there's off-site parking. Maybe we could leverage some of the CL McDaniel building and say, this is maybe where you have to park. Because we also, to your point, Chief, we have to be aware that there could be witnesses or victims that are coming to the police station to meet on a case, and we want to not disrupt that too. So very sensitive to that. Last item that I had, Tammy, your 24-hour removal. Not for our local elections. I think that's a lot more doable, 24 hours. But I think of, for example, the November election. You're going to have a congressional race, and they're going to want to have some signs up there. But then trying to pick up from all the voting locations in your congressional district, 24 hours. I'd hate to see a candidate that has spent money on signs have it thrown away because they didn't meet that 24. But I really like 72. I think that's a good limit to get it back to normal. And then, hey, at that 72-hour mark, code enforcement's picking them up and tossing them at that point. So some thoughts that I had. I think, Councilwoman, you were unmuted. Did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce the need for the canopies, just because the weather, the heat, all of that is just, it's really tough when you're out there for like 12 hours almost every single day. And then when you guys are saying to have them in the back, you're really meaning in the front, but that back row near the flagpole.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair, as long as we can get those there. In regards to the signs, I do agree that you don't need as many as is out there. Usually you do pick them up from somewhere else, and then so you can get your money's worth and you put them out there. But I do think 5 is fair. 3, I mean, it's a big building, you know? But also I don't have to worry about it for a couple more years, so it's like, all right.
Now, it is a big building, but keep in mind the location is not large. The green space to put those signs is very, very limited. You can't put them in the right-of-way. That's not our right-of-way, that's the TxDOT right-of-way. And so they're literally just going to be able to go down as you're driving in or driving out on those sides, on that little strip of grass right there.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments or questions, Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, I agree with the 3. I think if you have, stop and think, if you've got 5 and you've got 8 people running again, 40 signs is a lot right in there. So I can see 3. I'm not a big person that thinks signs ever want to vote, if you want to know the truth. I'm like the chief. I've always, when I voted, they didn't change my mind a bit. I think signs out in the city can play a difference sometimes, but not at the polling place. Is anybody taking a measurement? Where's the 100-foot mark hit in relation to the back row?
So, no, we have not yet, but we definitely will have it well marked off for that.
And just thinking in my head, I think it's probably midway, it's 100 feet, but that's something to think about. I know it'll make our judge happy. What else was it? One more thing. Gosh, I can't think of what else I was talking about. Oh, I noticed it says umbrellas are shade structures. Can we kind of fine tune that so it's not every umbrella? If somebody wants to stand there with an umbrella, I don't think that's what you're talking about. I think you're talking about the bigger umbrellas.
Correct, and I put in parentheses what the umbrella was. It was more like your stationary
Patio-
swimming pool style.
Patio covered.
Umbrellas, like that style of
Okay.
umbrella.
You don't want anybody building like a tiki hut out there or something.
Right. And then the timing, I'm kind of in the middle. 72 hours seems like a lot. What about 48 hours? I mean, your comment that made me kind of a smart alecky comment was, when you said that somebody doing a large area, well, they need to prioritize and say, I got 48 hours to get them up out of Manvel,
Now, I will say code enforcement over the years has always been extremely understanding for election signs. They don't just toss them. They've saved them. We've reached out. That's why we require the sign permit with contact information. So we can call. We know that those signs are expensive and we don't want to throw them away. Now, sometimes we like to keep the metal.
Imagine you don't want to have to pick them up.
Those are expensive.
But we do try to reach out and have them come pick them up. They just wouldn't be out. We want them to pick them up.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you,
Minor
Councilman.
tweaks.
Councilwoman?
I have a couple comments about the one sign. I agree. I find it annoying when candidates take out 50-yard signs. Like, really, if anything, it turns me off. However, it would look nice and professional if each candidate got to put out a larger sign, like a 4x4 or a 3x3, and then each candidate has their sign and their name if they want to have it, instead of a million little signs that no one can read. They're inefficient and they take up space and they look, forgive the word, but it just looks trashy. It clutters the police station and the beauty of it, like Chief said. That would be something that I would be for, is every candidate gets one 3x3 if you want it. If not, you get one sign, whatever one you want, to as large as that. The truck and the car thing with the signage on it, I think I wouldn't want to limit it. Where I think it becomes a problem is when you leave your car out there 24 hours as a sign instead of your one sign or your 5 signs. That's where we don't want, is to have 5 candidates taking up 5 parking spaces. But I also see your point where you want to drive your car there, and if you have the money to wrap your car, then that's your sign. So maybe it's something like that, instead of no cars with signs, because I can see the sensitivity to the parking spaces. We don't want it, spaces taken up with a sign. Now, the canopy, I think we also need to specify that because, we go out, you guys tailgate, some people buy those double canopies. So what size canopy are they allowed to take? The regular one, the 10 by 10, or a big 10 by 20? Because what if Dan shows up with a 10 by 30 and he's like, sorry, no one can put up their canopies because I brought the biggest one, right? So I think maybe council would agree with me on that we just refine what that looks like. Nothing bigger than ABC per candidate unless two candidates want to share one or something like that. And then I'm not crazy about not having signs on your canopy, because I think that's a way to let people know if they want to engage you and ask you questions about a policy or a stance, they need to be able to know which one is yours. So I think we need to modify that one.
For the canopies then, I have never run for a position. What size is the size? I mean, is it a 10 by 10? Is that the reasonable size, or is it the size that's just smaller than that?
I can't remember. Mine was bigger though, wasn't it?
See, Keith, you're the one.
No, it was like, it wasn't, I don't know that it was that way bigger. Remember, it was taller.
Well, I don't think the height should matter. I just think that the space that it takes up, because we want to be respectful.
I had that
And
extra.
why don't we have a permit process, just like we do to put out signs? If you want to have a canopy, come and fill out a permit so that we limit and we know who's going to have a canopy, and we can mitigate the space and how much of that is allocated towards canopies.
So what we would do is put a minimum or the maximum size of the canopy. To put a permit process in place for that is really a big it's hard enough just for the signs in general. But if we put the maximum size, we'll have a map. I'll have it drawn out. We'll know how much size is there, where they can go. If we're going to close down the one side of the parking lot to put them out in that area. The signs on your canopies is not a problem, since originally there wasn't a thought of having the canopies there. So if the signs are on your canopy and they're not blocking anything in that sense, I don't see any problem with that. But if you just give me that maximum size, we'll work with that, and then we'll have it all measured out and the map for y'all before the next meeting.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
One moment. So when we're saying self-supporting signs, that means they have to have their own wires and or T-posts to hold them up. And then no lights. How about no bullhorns? Do we have to put that on there?
Does it say no bullhorn?
No, but, we had a city council member using her cheerleading skills.
I asked in advance, so I just want to put that out there.
I think that's against state law, actually.
Well, Manvel accepted it.
I heard different. We have our county judge back there. She said that was illegal, by the way. Okay, I'm just asking because.
I asked you. She's
Wrong
that
one.
now.
But those are the type of things also, to keep it clean, to keep it professional, and really just more inviting and engaging to a voter who wants to approach you to ask you about your stance or meet you, rather than us, bombarding them like car salesmen, in my book. But anyway, okay, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I felt like 10 by 10 is, well, at least per Google, that's like the average tailgate size. It fits 4 to 6 people, and it's good for parking spaces, and having space. And then anything related to 10 by 15 and 10 by 20 would take up more than 2 parking spots, so.
And spaces are 10 foot?
Are in under their
10 by 20.
canopy. And
Our parking spots are 10 by 20s.
we're really maximizing
So,
space.
Tammy, this is the first of 2 readings. So in order to meet the timelines that's needed for early voting within the primaries, we need to at least approve this tonight, but we can make some tweaks and adjustments between now and the next one and then adopt it finally. Chief, did you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on how far it is away from the front door. I pull it up on Google Earth, and it's 118 feet from the front door to the front of the parking spaces. That's not to the sidewalk, that's to the parking spaces, and there's 14 parking spaces on that back row.
Okay. Good. So if we wanted to, we can place additional restrictions on that, because if it's 118 feet just to the parking spaces, you could have candidates that crowd people right at the door, correct? And the whole point, the whole 100 feet is to avoid that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Bobby, can we say that there's no soliciting or electioneering, within 200 feet? Can we go above and beyond that 100 feet?
Why would you need that?
Because if I'm a candidate, guess what? I'm standing right at that 100-foot mark with my sign. Every single person that walks in, I'm handing them my pamphlet, because you're not even to the parking spots by then. So that forces everybody to walk directly by me, every single voter.
That's what some people did at the last election and the one before that.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have.
You can put up barricades along that.
You can put on.
To me, that's election judge
Yeah.
duties.
So, I mean, Bobby, are you able to,
The election code says it's a 100-foot boundary and nothing within that 100 foot. It doesn't say whether we can, make that more or not. I don't know if other cities have tried that or not. I may have to call the Secretary of State to see if they've got any guidance on that.
something to think about. So, good conversation tonight, Council. I think Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
And it's going to just throw this out here. Y'all could shoot it down, but, the canopies, one of the big issues with the canopies is, getting there bright early in the morning, get the best spot. We've been there. I know that we do a drawing for your location spot on the ballot. What if we also did a drawing for canopy location? So that is your canopy spot.
I like that.
Well, that would only work for Manvel folks,
It would only work for Manvel folks.
because in the early voting.
But if you got the spot, then that is your Manvel spot.
I'm sorry.
And we need code enforcement to come out there.
But through early voting, correct me if I'm wrong, early voting, Iowa Colony, Alvin, everybody could vote at that particular voting station until Election Day, right? Or so to that,
They wouldn't be able to participate.
yeah, they wouldn't be able to.
Well, we got police on station.
It's something to think about, Mayor Pro Tem. It is
Something to think about.
something to think about.
Did my job.
All right, so let's, I'm going to call for a motion on this agenda item. Do I have a motion for agenda item number 4?
Can I ask one last question? I haven't asked but one.
Okay, this is your second time, Councilman. Second and last time right here, Councilman.
You mentioned wrapping your truck. Does that size of that sign go against the size of the sign on
No, this
Somebody's
mention
gonna
of the
ask that.
signs is specific to what's going up on the
Okay.
property. The signs, like for the trucks, the intent was exactly like Councilmember Sarmiento brought up. It's not to have someone wrap a trailer and bring it and call that their
Gotcha.
their parking. The intent is to keep the police department open for business, as well as allow for people to come in and vote, because there isn't on-street parking over there either, because you are on a very busy road. So all you have is what's within that parking lot and on those sides.
Thank you.
Tammy, Bobby, we do have our election judge here. Would this be an opportunity for her to be able to weigh in, or this good?
The prerogative of the chair.
All right, it is my prerogative then, Miss Christie. Please come forward. Because I know you've talked with other election judge, you've seen what other cities are doing. You can unmute, please, as well. Could you unmute yourself right there? Got to click the button at the bottom. Green light turns on. There you go.
Okay, good evening, Council. Okay, so I'm thinking that there's going to be special, privileges for this location. There's some generic things, like the electioneering and the 100-foot marker, like for the front door and the exit door, and if there's voter suppression. So I'm thinking some of those might be edging onto that, a couple of the ideas. So, and I know we're getting kind of really, really close now to me setting up and for early voting. So, and as far as the parking lot, I am responsible for coming and making sure everybody is in compliance with their signs. But if I'm inside, I can't be in both places. So I'm wondering if Chief Traylor is going to have somebody, maybe some people, making sure that they're in compliance with the voting, with the electioneering or the canopies, making sure that they're governing themselves as far as what those laws are, because I'm only one person. Now, it is going to be equal as far as it being the primary, so we'll have equal parties. But if I'm inside, I can't be outside making sure that people are staying in compliance with that 100-foot circumference.
Who does it for the county?
Pardon?
Who does it at the annex? That 100-foot, who makes sure?
Okay, I take the tape measure out and we put up the distance marker. And we've only been doing it in 2 places, but the last one we had to do it in a circumference because there was some encroachment, a lot of encroachment. And so, and if the people that are campaigning outside, they don't really want to come in and say, hey, they're over the line or they're using a megaphone, because I didn't even find that out until later that it was out of compliance to use megaphones. I know. So, and if I did, so, because we did have a lot of complaints from the voters with people, feeling like they were, So anyway, that's that. Pardon?
What I would see here is there's some work to be done between now and the next approval. Once we adopt it at our next meeting, I think it would be good to just have a sit down with staff, chief, Christy, you.
Yeah.
We could bring the county election folks in and just make sure everybody's on the same page. I know the team at City Hall as well is putting together a campaign for how we educate candidates too and educate the public about what to expect. It's a new location, et cetera.
Right.
So we would look to have that sit down with you guys.
And with the canopies, I would like, if y'all could, because of the weather the last time, there was a lot of really bad weather, like y'all had stated, as far as it being removed or weighted down or the cars being damaged or just things like that being taken in consideration. And I did like what you were saying about the one car that taking up one parking space and just being considerate of the but I don't know the situation just yet where it's all located. So, okay, thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. That is some good feedback there. We could, with the canopy, put a requirement that they have to be weighted down. Each leg has to be weighted and build that into it. It's a really good one. All right, Councilman Bonner, anything else? You good?
I'm perfectly good.
All right. Do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make the motion to approve with further discussion on minor details.
All right,
How's that?
it's perfect. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. We'll have more discussion between now and it will be on our next agenda.
Bobby, you need Tums or anything?
Oh, yeah. All right. Agenda item number 5, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2026-R-01. Manager Dan, who's doing this one for us?
Sorry to tell you, it's Tammy again.
Tammy again.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, please. So this policy came at the request, Mayor, that you had sent back at, I think it was the end of November, asking about bringing a AI policy to the table. And so on this one, you did have a few questions, and I'll answer those questions and then answer any questions that anyone else has. We put the data sheet in there, if you had a chance to look at the data sheet, kind of explaining what the policy was. The questions particular were the distinction between internal versus external AI tools. We don't currently have any internal tools. An example of an internal would be a city-approved software, so like the agenda management system, record system, finance, HR, that had a piece of AI built into that software. This policy wasn't specifically written for that. If we come up with something down the road built into a specific software, I would think we would have to do a little more research specific to that software and what the guidelines are going to be for how that's going to be used, or if council's willing to even have that aspect in there for that software. So this is just strictly for external AI tools. meaning your grammar, formatting, brainstorming, stuff like that. Nothing with non-public information plugged in there. So something would be, let's say, a police accident. An officer can't take his ticket that's got someone's license and date of birth and so whatever information is on it. I haven't had a ticket, and plug that in there and ask it to write the police report. That's not what this policy is intended for us to be able to utilize it for. Who's authorized to approve sharing city data with external AI tools? Again, the policy itself isn't subject to us sharing items that are exempt from public disclosure. So each supervisor would be in charge of really communicating and explaining the guidelines to the employees within their department and kind of overseeing what their department's utilizing it for. I don't know how else to police it other than have a good policy and have our directors trained well on it and knowing what their staff is using AI for. Whether the city plans to provide training for responsible AI use, yes, absolutely. The first piece would be the plan, making sure it fits what, Mayor, your intent was when you asked about putting a plan in place, and then passing that out to the staff with a very descriptive Q&A, simplified version of what that plan is, what you're allowed to do and can't do, and making sure that the directors understand it so they can pass that down to their staff.
Great, thank you, Tammy. Council, any comments or questions as it relates to this agenda item?
No, I'm probably not understanding this more than anybody.
You could use AI to help explain it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't use AI as much as probably most people do.
Now, I saw that picture of you in your Christmas.
And I didn't do that. You can thank one of the Alvin council people for doing that. So I'm learning as we go. So it may take me a few as we move forward. If I got a stupid look on my face, somebody just jump in there and explain what you're talking about.
All right.
Because I'm really not understanding how this is going to affect day in, day out work for the staff or for a council person that we have to have a policy over. So if somebody can explain why.
I think for sure at the staff level, I mean, we're hiring professional people that come with their own brain attached. And so we want to make sure that they're thinking for themselves. And like any tool, I mean, there are lots of good tools out there. We're going to use, AI for the Blitz software, for instance. That's just the first, tip of the iceberg. So what other opportunities are out there for us to use AI as a tool? So we just want to make sure, I think, ethically speaking, that's part of it internally. I guess for council, and for us too, we need to be careful about the open records, possibilities. And I think Mayor and I had a good conversation on that. What some cities are seeing, they can come in and, somebody can ask to search what all you've searched on AI. How do I do this as a council person or whatever? That can be subject to open records. So we want to be smart about it, I guess. And so we're a little ahead of the curve for where we're at as a staff right now on AI. We're pretty new on ChatGPT and Copilot, and those are just two of many, many, many different types of AI.
I'll give you an example of where I'm not understanding something. AI may assist work, but final decisions and official actions remain human-driven. So how can AI make a decision? If we were all sitting right here fixing to vote on something, how could AI make that decision?
Easy. You can put a prompt into something like ChatGPT and ask it to basically look at the two options and give you the pros and cons on both. That's just information. It's not making the decision for you.
Well, I get that part.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how it could make me. It can give me more information so that possibly I can make a better decision, but it can't ever say the words, I vote yes.
Well,
so
exactly.
I can speak to that. It's a great example is the Split software, Councilman. So the Blitz software is going to review plans that are submitted, and it's going to give feedback to the applicant about the plans. This Blitz software is not to sit there and say, no, your plan's not approved. It's shut down. You can't go any further. It's done. What would happen is it would go to Joe's and his team. They would review the results and then make decisions and have conversations from there. So a lot of we're seeing in private industry who's way ahead of city government. Government's catching up in many areas. We're seeing where so many things are being processed now just using AI with no human intervention, where permits could be approved without having any intervention. Plats could be approved without having any human intervention. Eventually, you're going to see machines do work without any human intervention. And this is setting some guardrails now to make sure that we use it in an ethical way and that AI isn't being used to discriminate against any applicants in the future because you've got the human eyes on it.
Yeah, and a simpler example to apply that part of the policy would be, say, if I have one of my staffs working on a report that comes to you, my expectation would be that they take that seriously, not just throw some prompts on AI and whatever comes out of it is put on a Word document and passed on to me. And you wouldn't expect me to just pass that on to you without taking a look at it. So that's what the decision-making part means, that my staff understands that they can use AI as a tool, but when they finalize the report, they make the call that everything that's put on it is good, valid, and responsible. And when that comes to me, I do the same and then bring it to you.
That explains what I was asking.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, Councilman.
And that's just one form or one modality, if you will, of how it helps create efficiency. My opposition with it is, like I mentioned before, when people you get an email that's complicated and you try to circumvent your own brain power to respond and type a message, where what we're seeing now, like I said last time, is one of my clients was sending an AI response back to this guy, and he was responding back using ChatGPT, and I'm reading both of their emails, and I'm like, y'all are literally ChatGPTing each other. Like, this is not how you talk. This isn't your brain. This isn't your thought. You're just using the easy way out. And that's what I don't want to see. I don't want our staff doing that because I think that becomes lazy, and then it becomes a reflection of the culture and the city that we're trying to build here. That's where I oppose that. I think it should be used as a tool. Maybe polish up or run, like Grammarly. I've said this before. I've got fat thumbs, and on my phone, I am not trying to go back and spell check, and then Dan or my husband or someone's like, hey, there was a typo there. I'm like, whatever. It's social media. It's not an email, right? But sometimes, obviously, if I'm sending a professional email, maybe running that through something to pick up something and then polishing it and sending it right back. I think that's okay. But we have to learn to use our brain power, not just have Google respond back for you. That's the thing there.
Good conversation. Tammy, you answered all of my questions. I appreciate that. I think there's a great training opportunity from here. Moving forward, I'm excited to see us start to use AI in a wide variety of ways to not replace work, but to augment work. And thank you, Tammy, for your work on putting together this policy here. Council, any other comments, questions? Hey, Mayor Pro Tem Lance, can I get a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 5.
5, yes. The man who, have you ever used AI before?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you have? Wow. Okay. There you go.
I figured out the Burger King hamburger is much healthier than Sonic.
There you go. I was trying to get probably the one person that's never used AI to make the motion, but you surprised me there, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, we have a motion. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Okay, agenda item number 6. This is update by staff on the mud formation policy. Bobby, I believe we're turning this one over to you.
No, it's your policy, Mayor.
Oh, so I'm staff now. I'm staff, okay.
Okay.
So I'll go with it. So, Council, just to kind of give you an update here, we had an internal meeting. Susan, our legal assistant, did an incredible job gathering a lot of different policies that other cities have in relation to how MUDs are formed, requirements, what the annexation process looks like, what the dissolution process would look like for a MUD. So we had an internal meeting. Councilman Bonner was in that meeting. Bobby was there, Joe's was there. I don't know, Tammy, if you were in that. No, Tammy wasn't in that one. So this was before the holidays, and it was a really good conversation. We're putting together a draft right now with comments and feedback, and then we're going to bring that draft forward in front of council. Get your feedback, get some of your opinions. What do you like? What do you not like? At that point, then we'll get it into some people with the industry to get their perspective on it, some key stakeholders, and then ultimately look to adopt it and put it in place. Things such as MUDs have to go away at some point. They cannot perpetually stay and exist within the city of Manvel. Requirements that they must meet within a certain distance of their MUD boundaries. Requirements that they must live stream their meetings, so that way people who work can see what's going on. Also some very practical ones, structural ones, accountability, finance ones as well to help out Rosie and her team. So we're not quite there. Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong. We're not quite there yet, but Susan's been putting the final touches on the policy, and then we'll distribute it for review.
We had a lot of different ones to choose from to go through, and that's almost been the hard part, is trying to pare all these down into something that makes sense in one common document. And Susan's done a really good job about that. We're circulating it now, trying to get feedback, and I guess maybe another meeting amongst us, the team, Mayor, to go over it before we try to finalize something to give to the industry folks might be the best way to go.
Absolutely. And Council, just to let you guys know here too that, and Joe's made this point, just because we don't have a policy in front of us now, if a MUD wants to come and be, a developer wants to create a MUD, there's no reason why we cannot hold them to these standards today. So just because we don't have a policy yet, we now know the direction that any MUD would need to abide by. And we'll look to expediently get this policy adopted while at the same time communicating that with any potential MUDs that may want to come. Dan?
I was just going to say, so then why do we need to do this? And I think it's to help manage expectations and provide the predictability, that Joe's and Bobby always talk about. Whenever we're sitting in front of someone that wants to create a MUD, they kind of understand what the guardrails are. They understand from the word go of what they can expect.
Instead of just leaning on the expertise of staff, we want to have it formally documented, so that way people know what to expect. Right now, it's leaning on the expertise of staff, best practices, what other cities have done, but this just formalizes what our standard is. Perfect. Councilwoman Sarmiento said no MUDs, so we'll add that to the top of the document there. Council, any comments or questions regarding this item? No. Good work's being done. We look forward to bringing it forward soon. We'll now call out the 2 executive sessions. We'll head back there. Dan, please have anybody join us that needs to. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following legal matters involving formal demand made by Jay Sherman. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following agreements with HJR Highway 6 LLC, design criteria modification agreement and development agreement for variance. We will head into executive session at 8:31 p.m. So we'll reconvene from executive session here at 9:31 PM, having taken no action. Regular agenda item number 7, consideration and possible action to direct staff regarding agreements with HJR Highway 6 LLC Design Criteria Modification Agreement and Development Agreement for Variance. Manager Dan, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Mayor. So originally when we put this item on the agenda, just to kind of go backwards in time, just a pinch, June of 2023, council granted the concept of pump detention for this site, the HJR site. It's the site immediately south of HEB on the south side of Highway 6, just west of Chevron there. Triangular piece of property, 3.66 acres. I had a presentation that night back in June of 2023. The applicant presented the whole concept, talked about what they wanted to do there. At the time, had some ideas of maybe some, maybe 3 different businesses that might go there, maybe restaurants and whatnot. Anyway, 2024, council updated the design criteria manual to have some provisions in there where pump detention is still allowed, but it's on a case-by-case basis. Some of the things like we talked about earlier tonight, to make sure that you're within at least 1,000 feet from any existing residential homes, that you've got backups, that you've got a generator as a backup in case the power goes out, that you would have at least 50% of the overall detention that's required would be provided by gravity. Provisions like that. So about 5 or 6 different provisions, and an indemnity agreement. So that was in May of 2024. In, I believe it was June of 2025, we got our first submittal for this particular project with some construction plans and whatnot. They were submitted to us, eventually submitted to TxDOT and BDD4 as well. So they've got to get approvals from all 3 different entities. The plans that we've been going with, that we've been reviewing, were from October 24th of 2025. And they showed that the applicant was providing 0.88 acre feet of gravity, 0.88 acre feet of gravity. And we said, okay, well, that doesn't meet the 50%, the minimum 50% threshold for gravity pump detention. After that time, they had some back and forth with TxDOT and BDD4. Their plans now are actually approved by TxDOT and BDD4. Those are dated I believe December 4th. Mr. Rayner sent those to us. It's like 70 or 80 page document showing the approval from TxDOT. Those plans show that they are actually providing 1.27 acre feet per acre. Excuse me, 1.27 acre feet of detention. So the 1024 plans that the city has, and that's still the plans that are in MyGov right now, are the 1024 plans that show 0.88 acre feet. The TxDOT and BDD4 approved plans from December 4th show 1.27 acre feet. My advice to the applicant would be to submit the December 4th TxDOT and BDD4 approved plans to the city that show that 1.27 acre feet, which is more than 50%. So it's a non-issue, quite frankly. That would be my advice to them, is to go ahead and submit those plans like we submit plans. So get them into MyGov, and it'll be a non-issue. Does that make sense, Mayor?
So basically, the plans that haven't been submitted to us but have been approved by other entities meet 50%, so we're good to go.
Yes, sir.
Can you guys get those plans submitted tomorrow?
That is not my understanding from Scott, who's not here. Have you verified that with Scott?
I have. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would just say just take it, get those plans submitted, and we should be good to go. You can build your car wash.
Pardon? You haven't.
We've looked at the plans that you sent in the email. Have it at...
The plans that you sent to us.
These would just want to hear you say it because I've got them in contact. Final form here. I've been living a nightmare for nothing now.
These are the ones you sent.
Yeah, but you're saying
December 4th plans.
That's what BDD4.
That's not what TxDOT. The ones that you sent me are from TxDOT.
That BDD4 stamped that approval.
Your new plans were.
Plans that you submit, send to me in the text dot package, say December 4th.
There's the text dot approval right there.
That's not.
You're what?
Yeah, the text dot ones.
Well, how would DD4 approve these that you're saying, that DD4 approved something that had 50%, and they didn't? These are the DD4 approved plans. These are the architectural, the structural, and the landscape and MEP plans for our shopping center that safe building says to approve. There's a problem here because I don't think Scott's going to tell me that we're at 25% pump detention and we're really at 50.
It's the land, not the pump.
What? I mean, I'm not still in here, so if you're telling me that whatever that DD4 is approved, I'm good with it. If you're telling me that whatever text dot is approved, I'm good with it.
Well, what I'm telling you is submit the approved plans to the city. That's what you do. Because those have not.
These are the approved plans.
That's not what they have not been submitted to the city.
So you need to submit both approved sets to the city. You're saying they're different than what you have.
We still have October 2024 plans.
Which is this, which says approved.
That they look. And I'm trying to.
So you have plans that were approved in December. So those plans are from October, correct? You have plans from December that were approved that have not been submitted to the city yet. If you submit those to the city from your approved plans in December, this should not be an issue.
Can I call Scott?
Yeah. Do you mind if I?
You guys have 3 minutes, and then we're shutting this down.
I want to understand, this is just different. I want to understand what's happening. I can introduce myself.
I think council, we're
Just read the board.
I think we're well aware of what's happening. I think he needs to just talk with Scott, and then I think we'll be squared away here.
Revision to the approval.
Yeah, specifically December 4th, 2025. I'm looking at the plans right here. These were emailed by Richard Rayner on December 15th to the city, but not formally submitted yet.
Hi, Scott. There's an issue here that Dan says that we have not submitted the last set of plans that were approved by TxDOT to the city. He says those TxDOT plans actually have a 50% gravity system, and I'm saying that's not true. We don't have plans that you've designed for 50% gravity. He says it's 34% gravity and 66% pumped.
Okay. Council, I'll make a motion to, or actually, I think we just take no action on this. Council, are you good with that?
Yes.
Well, Mayor, could we also reflect the direction on the variance, which was a little slightly different matter on the escrow? I guess the response from the applicant was that the escrowed money after 10 years, if the road hadn't been built, would be returned. And I think we were saying that only upon an abandonment would it be returned, that there would be no yearly requirement, and that was the response. So get that on the record, that would be the response that.
Okay. So here's what I'll do, Council. I'll make a motion to provide direction to staff to go back to the applicant regarding the pump detention plans, to get that squared away. And at the same time, to stick by the original development agreement regarding the road escrow. Do I have a second?
With the abandonment proviso.
With, yes, as stated by our city attorney. So we have a motion, we have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Any mayor and council comments? No. When's your due date?
Soon.
Yeah, I'm like 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks?
I should
Okay.
be here on the day. Yeah. She's dreaming. No, I did have a dream. No, I did have a dream. I went, my water broke.
Well, Councilman Bonner's given help to 2 babies.
I'm certified. I've delivered 2.
There we go. All right, council, I'll make a motion to,
One quick thing, I want us all to keep Garrett, I know we've all known, but I want us to keep Garrett and his family in our prayers and thoughts. Wednesday will not be a pleasant day for them. If you can go, I wholly recommend that you go and be there, just so he knows that we're all there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Any final comments, council? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner, a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 6-2.